Go ahead and call this meeting to order, March 17th, 2026. Please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Visible with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Morning, everyone. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Had a little leprechaun take care of my gavel this morning. We do have a quorum present with all 5 commissioners in attendance this morning. Commissioners, we do have a need to amend the agenda before you to add under executive session potential litigation. And with that change, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Toman. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those nay. Motion's unanimous. I'd like to recognize Senator Jones for joining us this morning. Good morning, Senator. It's going to bring us right along into the first series of public hearings before us this morning. Tab A, we've got 2 budget amendment resolutions prepared for you. First being Resolution 2603 CL01, authorizing a budget amendment to adjust the operating budget for the County Attorney's Office to accurately reflect current fiscal needs and allocations for the fiscal year. And joining us this morning is Clerk Swinson. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. As Chairman said, I am bringing before you Resolution 2603 CL01, which authorizes a budget amendment within the County Attorney's Office. And before I begin, I would like to let you know that this is a movement of an amendment due to, excuse me, I'm still getting over being sick, due to an error in the clerk's office. This is not on the county commissioners or on the county attorney's office. During the budget, it was discussed their need for capital. And when we divided out the 2 capital requests, one was moved over, the other we inadvertently omitted. So we apologize for that need to have this budget amendment. We do have we have a new program in place for coming up for this next budget cycle. And we did add another bullet point to that to cover this type of issue, to make sure that we have a triple check in there to make sure everything got moved over as planned. I would like to thank the county attorney's office for working with me on this. They did have a few openings that they have not yet been able to fill. So we have been able to do an intra governmental movement of the funds. So the request before you today is the general fund, or from the general fund operating budget increase of $83,000. It will be coming from the county attorney's office payroll and moved into the capital budget line item.
In the operating budget.
In the
right?
operating,
Yep.
yes.
Okay. Thanks, Clerk Swinson. Appreciate that. Any questions on the budget amendment before you, commissioners? Just to be clear, we're moving an interdepartmental budget amendment out of the personnel into the operating within the county attorneys. If not, we do need to open this up for a public hearing. So at this time, if there's anyone online or in the audience who would like to speak to this resolution for the budget amendment as discussed, now would be the appropriate time. Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion to approve Resolution 2603 CL01, authorizing a budget amendment to adjust the operating budget for the County Attorney's Office to accurately reflect current fiscal needs and allocations for the fiscal year.
Do you have a motion to approve Resolution 2603 CL01 by Commissioner Toman? Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. It's going to move us right along into item number 2 under tab A, which is Resolution 2603 CL02, consideration of a budget amendment to address unanticipated equipment expenditures within the county attorney's office capital budget. And we'll hand it back to Clerk Swinson.
Okay, good morning again, Chairman, Commissioners. This budget amendment is due to the county attorney's office wanting to purchase 2 iPads to use in the courtroom. There's a system in place in the courtroom that would allow the display of trial exhibits on the iPad. So they would like to purchase 2 iPads for that program. So it would be moving $5,000 from the county attorney's capital line item and decreasing the operating line 5,000, the county attorney's line item. This too is an intradepartmental move.
Thanks, Clerk Swenson. Yeah, I think there was a typo that was caught in there originally. I believe in your packet, it showed it coming out of the general fund, but this was also an interdepartmental coming out of their, I think it was their trial budget. So
Yes.
questions on the proposed resolution, commissioners? If not, we do need to open this up for a public hearing. So at this time, if there's anyone online or in the audience that would like to speak to the resolution for the budget amendment on the capital request, now would be the appropriate time. Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve Resolution 26-03-CL-02.
Get a motion to approve by Commissioner Slaughter. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion? I would just say, thanks to the attorney's office for working with us on that. They could have simply kept their budget at it as is and asked us to bring it out of general reserves or use some of the unspent funds that they have. So appreciate their cooperation with that. We have a motion and a second on the table. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Clerk
Thank you.
Swenson.
I'll be back.
Sounds good. Yeah, we'll see you shortly. Let's move us right along into tab B. And by the way, during that discussion, Representative Brady joined us. So good morning, Representative. Under tab B this morning, we've got amendments to Resolution 2503CC01. And I believe joining us this morning is Land Use Director Eric Bingham. And good morning, Eric.
So, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. At our last meeting, we had a resolution that was supposed to vacate everything that was on the plat. And when I ran the affidavit of correction, when I ran the legal description, there was some additional easements that we didn't catch. And there was some also additional wording on the roads that needed to be included in here on platted streets. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I hope this is the last time I'm here before you on this. One lesson learned is don't partially vacate a subdivision, vacate the whole thing. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. And I did prepare on your desk, there was additional changes that needed to be made because I got some feedback on Friday from an expert in the field to look at this. And then also through the Public Works Department, we made some additional changes.
What are those changes, Eric?
So what we added to, if you look into, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th whereas, and you see where it starts with the 5-foot street utility easements, that paragraph. So as you go down into that 3rd sentence where it says portions of platted, we added the word platted streets. They were never built. So it was a little to clarify what the status of those roads are. They were never accepted by the county. So if they had been accepted by the county, then you have to go through the road vacation process. And we all know how that is. That's cumbersome. You have to go through a viewer and all that. Well, these were never built. They were just platted. So engineering recommended that. In the first paragraph, and you'll see this throughout the resolution on the 4th sentence down, it says to vacate all of the lots. And what we added in there is track, rights of way, and easements, just to clarify everything that we're doing. And then that carries throughout the resolution with consistency, all the way through to even the last paragraph on now therefore be resolved. If you turn the page of where it's talking about hereby vacates said portions of said subdivision lots, tracks, rights of way, platted streets, and easements. So we made sure that that was all included in there. And that's it. That's all that was changed between what you received in your packet and what you have today.
Okay. Appreciate that. Questions or comments on the amended resolution, commissioners? If not, we also need to open this up for public hearings. So at this time, if there's anyone online or in the audience who would like to speak to the amended resolution as discussed, now would be the appropriate time. Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Eric, I've got a question for you now that I just saw.
Yeah.
On the agenda, it talks about, it's listed as, I should say, amendments to resolution 25-03-CC-01. But then the copy you handed out is 2026.
It should be 2026-03.
26,
Yep,
okay.
Yep.
Very good.
Yep.
Any additional discussion, commissioners? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the amended resolution 2026-03-CC-01 as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Tillman. Any discussion? Hearing none, all is in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. Can move us right along into the second item under tab B this morning, which is a request for the approval of resolution 26-03-CC-02, a public records resolution adopting uniform rules and regulations in Sweetwater County. And rejoining us this morning is Clerk Swinson.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. A notice of intent to adopt uniform rules and regulations in Sweetwater County was brought before the commission 45 days ago to open up the notice of intent. That was published, and during that process, we did receive two. I did not receive any at the clerk's office, but we did receive two comments through our public record or our public comment on our website that went to spam at first, but Sally was able to find them, and they are included in your packet. First, I'd like to say that public records are free and open to the public for public inspection. This does not affect our day-to-day fees or operations of any public office that is set by statute. This is in regards to public records requests only. So we did make a change due to some concerns on 3F of the resolution, which I have put the new one in there. We did add, there was some concern that we would be supervising copying, and that is not what that statement is for. That statement is for if, let's say, you have a large map that we do not have a printer available and we had to take the record off premises, someone from the county would have to go with that individual to get that record printed. That would be the only supervising. So we did add in there in the last line of that paragraph, if no supervision is necessary there, then no fee will be required. That fee would have only been required if we have to take this off of the premises for any type of printing services. That is what I have presented before you. So this is a public records resolution, which most of the counties have adopted, and the state agencies have this. It has gone through WAPA, that's the Wyoming
Administrative Procedures.
Yes, Procedures Act. I always forget the A, Procedures Act. So we are not setting any of these definitions. Those definitions were vetted through the WAPA program. We pretty much copied what they had up there with a few minor changes. They sometimes charge a little more for color copies and stuff. I went through what it costs us here at Sweetwater County to provide a copy to individuals.
Thanks, Clerk Swinson. Appreciate that. So there's been a little bit of, I think, maybe misunderstanding on this particular item that's been brought before. And this is coming more or less from state policy, if I understand it properly. And it's not that anyone that comes and requests a document is going to be charged, right?
No,
There is there, I guess, a minimum, where I guess when do these fees kick in per se? If someone comes into your office and says, "Hey, I would like X information," is it per quantity? Is it time based? Is it a combination?
it is a combination. So if you come in, I brought up an example. So this is a roll of tape that goes into our voting machines. Okay, during election time, it goes into our tabulators. I had a public records request in 2024 for a copy of each of these rolls of tape that are used in the machines for both elections, which equals anywhere between 450 and 500 rolls. If I have a request to have copies of this, I would have to stand at the machine and make an 8.5 by 11 copy of each one of each section of this tape for 500 copies. That is excessive from the standpoint of having an employee would take them 6 months to get those done. So what we did was for that individual, I offered them, because they have a right to inspect it. So we set up a table in the office so that they were under supervision, because these are in my custody and this is our only record. So I have to make sure they stay with me as well. So they sat at a table and they were able to use their cameras to make copies and go through all of the rolls of tape. I brought them over from the election center, and they were able to inspect them. This comes into play mainly when outside entities will ask for a copy of every check written in the entire year of 2025 with invoices, which are all online. The copies of the warrants are online, and that's what usually happens for us on those large ones. I will go in, copy the link right to the page where they can see, for example, which warrants were written, who they were to, and what the amount was for, and then they can get that. The majority of our records are online on our website, and we are always happy to. A lot of times when we do get requests, we guide them to that so they can look at even more information than they're requesting. But no, anything that I can just send, I generally do it the same day. This is for large records requests that go beyond what we're asked for in the office on a daily basis.
And I guess that's my point. I mean, it's more of a mass quantity request, and it's following suit with basically the rest of the state. The state themselves have this policy, which is where we've written more or less the similar format to the Wyoming Administration and Information, um, I guess, guideline that helps with this. I recall there was a legislator a few years ago that had requested, I believe it was the salaries for the entire state of, I don't remember if it was education or state employees, but a tremendous amount of time that went into that. This isn't your everyday, hey, I want to see the minutes from the last commission meeting, or, something that's a more simplistic request. This is for mass quantity, because some of the pushback or the things that I've seen is, this is what we pay the public employees for. This is what the commissioners are paid for. What the heck are we doing sitting up here? This is more of a mass quantity request.
Yes, and the thing is, our employees are hired to do a certain job. They are hired to make I'm going to use my office because I'm speaking. So they're hired to create titles. They're hired to make payroll and accounts payable happen. I don't have an excess of employees. I have just enough for what their jobs are. This type of request would require me to hire somebody to take that kind of time outside of their normal day-to-day job to get this done. I usually handle public record. I'm the public records person. So usually when they come in, I'm not asking anyone else to do it. I will go find it and I will send it to them. I do them on a daily basis and just take care of them for people. This comes in when you want to come in and create a document or have to reproduce it. That costs money on the copiers and ink and that type of situation. This doesn't affect our day-to-day. It's not going to change me sending a public records request immediately when I have it, and it doesn't stop anyone else from doing that as well.
Questions or comments, commissioners? So just so I'm clear, you added an amendment there for 3F, was it?
Yes, 3F.
And that was at the end to,
The last sentence, we had some engineers that were concerned that I was going to be, like, we were going to put supervisors over them while they were copying. This is supervised copying. It occurs if someone other than the custodian is allowed under the statute to make copies, printouts, or photographs. And like, for example, in our land records in the back, in my land records department, they're making copies all day long. That's what that big copier I have back there. It's like, why do I have this gigantic copier? That is for the public use. That's the copier that they use. And then they are charged 25 cents a copy. For the larger companies that come in daily, we do bill them once a month for that. And then those that just pop in and out, they pay their 25 cents a copy. And they're also allowed to use their phone. If they don't want a paper copy, they can take a picture with their phone or a camera.
so what was the amended
Oh,
language?
we added at the very end if they, because they were, the concern was that it would be, they'd be charged $15.50 if somebody went supervise them making a copy. So we put if no supervision is necessary, then no fee will be required. We've never supervised anyone back there since I've been here in the 7.5 years. So that is not, for me, that is when we have to take that record somewhere to be copied. But we have a copier available for them in the back.
Okay. This is a public hearing, so at this time, we would open it up for the public. If there's anyone that would like to comment on Resolution 2603 CC02, the Public Records Resolution, now would be the appropriate time. Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And commissioners, I guess I would entertain a motion to approve Resolution 2603 CC02 as amended, which includes adding the sentence at the end of 3F that if no supervision is necessary, no fee would be required.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Further discussion.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Jones.
I just wanted to make sure that we're clear, and I think you clarified it, but for anybody who might be listening, there was definitely concern brought to my attention that somebody would be standing over their shoulder supervising them, and they might be conducting some business that they didn't necessarily need everybody in the world watching. So it is not to do that at all.
No, and we do not have the staff, even if we wanted to do that. No, the staff sits at their desks. They're just maintaining the area to make sure our records stay in our department. And of course, if anyone asks for help, we just, we'll help them find what they need.
Just wanted to kind of drive that one home a little bit, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Richards.
and I just wanted to clarify that the purpose of this is not to reduce transparency. It's to meet state standards and create a uniform fee schedule that applies to everybody. So we as a government aren't just back there making things up, which we weren't anyway. But the state requires us to have standards, and they also require us to not provide free services when we should be charging for those services. I don't think it is the general taxpayer's job to fund information and document production requests. For example, a telemarketing firm in Florida that is going to cost Sweetwater County taxpayers thousands of dollars in fees to produce. Those fees should be paid by that entity that wants the documents. Most of what we do is already online. I think I saw a comment that why aren't the commissioners doing their job to provide these? That is what we do. We make all of these decisions in public. A public record is made of all of these decisions. And in most cases, when redaction isn't necessary, they're just put online. And I think Clerk Swenson has been open about that. Most of these public record requests are solved by pointing to people to already publicly accessible records that they're looking for. So I'm in support of this.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any additional comments or discussion? Not, we do have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Clerk Swenson. Appreciate it. That's going to move us right along into the county resident comments and concerns portion of the agenda. At this time, if there's anyone online or in the audience who would like to address the governing body on any issues, we typically limit this to 3 minutes, and the floor is now open. Morning, Senator.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Stacey Jones, Senate District 13. I just wanted to come in and just give you a little bit of a recap of the legislative session for this year. It was a budget session. The Senate started off by voting to start with the governor's recommended budget and not the joint appropriations budget. And then we adjusted it from there. We held firm on full funding for the University of Wyoming, and we did ultimately agree to some cuts with the Wyoming Business Council, which has been added as an interim topic for the Minerals Committee in hopes of reforming and making that program even better than it was before. There were a total of 335 bills, and 114 of those passed. The Senate heard 105 bills. 72 passed. That was a 72% passing rate. The House had 91 bills and 42 passed for a 46% passing rate. Out of those 114 bills that passed through both houses, 65 were committee-driven bills, so that was 57%, and 49 were individually sponsored bills, so 22% of those passed. I did sponsor and pass 2 bills. One bill is the thanks to our treasurer here, Mark Cowan. That was Senate File 61, and it eliminated sales tax when vehicles are transferred between immediate family members and there is a loan on the vehicle. It remedied the situation of the same family paying sales tax twice when transferring vehicles amongst themselves. That bill was amended a little bit to include immediate family members as step-parents, step-siblings, step-children, and also grandparents and grandchildren were added into that bill as well. So they all would qualify for that. The other bill I had that passed was Senate File 105, and it was for real estate-related bill. It clarified that real estate agencies and disclosure laws in Wyoming. It redefined the disclosure requirements for customers in real estate transactions and just kind of made the process a little bit easier for customers to look at houses with real estate agents and make sure that we were in compliance with the Department of Justice on that. Some other notable bills that went through, House Bill 107 was the direct distribution bill. I'm sure you guys are all familiar with that. Came to the Senate at 7%, was amended to 8% and voted in at 8%. So that was good news. Another bill, Senate File 84, was the voluntary water use deferment. I'm on Select Water, and we were hoping to get this bill across the finish line. That bill did fail. Our drought conditions are increasing, and this committee, Select Water, will have their hands full in the interim trying to come up with some bills that we can get passed to help us with the lack of water, which especially with our winter lack of snow is going to be a real concern this summer and in upcoming years. We also got passed House Bill 87, which was the omnibus water planning bill. And one of the noted features in there was that Superior was granted a water master plan of approximately $259,000. So they can start working on their water concerns there. Another bill was House Bill 45, the long-term homeowners property tax bill. That bill clarified that the exemption applies to 50% of fair market value, not the assessed value. And it capped it at the first 3 million of the home value. And it continued with the standing requirements of 65 years and older. And that person had to have been in Wyoming for 25 plus years paying Wyoming property taxes. And it had to have been their primary residence. It was tried to extend, but right now, it still does sunset July 1st of 2027. Looks like it's going to be a busy summer. I've got a lot of interim committee meetings. I'm on the Minerals Committee. I'm on Travel, Recreation, and Wildlife. I'm on Select Water, and I'm the chairman of Air Transportation. So I look forward to those committee meetings and hopefully getting some good work done this summer.
Very good. We appreciate the update, Senator, and for the communication while you were down there. And certainly an interesting legislative session this year, but sounds like you had some success on the bills you ran. And, I think you had some on Select Water as well. I was just in the Sweetwater County Water Users Coalition meeting yesterday and had the similar discussions you just spoke to in regards to, obviously the drought and the future of water. And, there was also one that came out of there, I think it was Senate File 84 in regards to the voluntary water conservation program. So nice work on that. But definitely some challenging times, but we appreciate you always reaching out and asking for our input and stance on the different many items that come across your plate. So, comments, commissioners?
Thanks for being one of the voices of reason in our legislature. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
I should probably say something nice. to
Commissioner Jones?
Job well done.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator, thank you very
Commissioner
much.
Slaughter?
Just for showing up and letting us know what happened. We appreciate seeing you and hearing the updates on what took place.
Thank you.
Did I hear a chairman in there at the end?
Yeah, I am chairman of Select Air Transportation Committee. So yes,
Congratulations.
thank you.
We'll help you where we can.
Sounds good.
Any other comments? Thanks, Senator. We appreciate your work.
Hey, this is my first time before the board, so I have no idea what I'm doing, but it is on 2602 EN01.
Good morning. Introduce yourself for the record if you don't mind.
Linda Cordova. I am standing up because there's a couple things that I've seen in letters that were proposed that are not true. First off, there is no land swap in any agreement. I've talked to the Kelches, they will not swap any land. We have used that lane for over 54 years, and it's been longer than that. I'm 54, and I know I've used it my whole life. It is our main road. Theron and Nyla Wild, my parents lived there before, and my mother just passed away, so I've moved into her home. It is the main road we use to access the road. The one going over the hill on 414 is very dangerous. It's a blind corner. I lost a daughter 7 years ago in a car accident. My main concern is my children's safety. And forcing us to go over that back road is not safe. I have 3 daughters that are in high school that drive. And we've used this road. It's an egress ingress by Wyoming state law because it's been used so long. Please do not take the safest route for us to exit and enter our home. We use that road 4 to 5 times a day. There's 5 of us in my house. There's 4 in the Kelches. Rex Wild owns land on the hillside. He accesses his land off that road. Cindy Wild, when my mother died, got a piece of that land too, and she accesses her land with that road. There is 4 different families on that lane, and it has been proposed that Shane Kelch give him some of his ranch land, and he'll let us keep the road. And the last time I checked, that's coercion. Him threatening to take a road if we don't give him land. It's not okay. The other thing, he said it was not safe for his trailers to pull off 414. I work at Daggett County School District, and I've talked to the bus barn, and they will not. If you move it down to Charlie Bergmeyer's land, which I don't think he authorized in any way, and that was what they proposed, the bus will not turn that way. They have every legal right to stop in the middle of the road. They will continue to keep their bus stop where it is. This will make it unsafe for our students when they have to cross 414 by foot in order to access their cars that are parked 800 feet down the road. Please use common sense on this and don't put our children's lives in danger. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any comments? Floor is still open if there's anyone that would like to address the governing body. Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners and Chairman. My name is Janae Young, and I'm also here to reiterate some points that I submitted in my public comment for County Road 1 and also address the issues that Linda Wild also had used. I just want to reiterate that this ground is not unused ground. For decades, this community has depended on this corridor for school bus access, mail delivery, safe turnarounds, and daily travel. Its continued use has created legally protected rights under Wyoming law, which cannot be eliminated by the actions of a single property owner. I have 4 children who also use this bus stop. I have a 1st grader, a 4th grader, a 7th grader, and an 8th grader. This bus stop allows our vehicles and buses to fully pull off the road and to turn safely. Reducing this right-of-way would remove that safety buffer, not just for our children, but for all the drivers and families involved, especially during winter conditions when snow, drifting ice, or drifting snow and ice create conditions which require safe paved roads. This proposal moves forward without a finalized safety plan, confirmed relocation sites for bus stops or mailboxes, and a clear understanding of the long-term costs and risks associated. Additionally, the applicant's request to abandon another easement used by the Kelch, Wild, and Cordova families is not legally valid. An easement cannot be abandoned while it remains actively used, and there is no evidence of intent to relinquish it by the county or those who live down those lanes. It is also risks turning a long-standing access into a private bargaining tool. Neighboring landowners should not be put in a position where they must give up property to maintain access they've relied on for decades. This issue is not about stopping development. It is about preventing the loss of long-standing community access and ensuring that that access is not used as leverage to force neighboring landowners to give up property. Development should not come at the cost of removing established access the community has depended on for decades and requesting another landowner to replace those needs. The county has a duty to maintain roads that are reasonably safe for their intended use. If this right-of-way is reduced, that safety margin disappears and it cannot easily be restored. For these reasons, I respectfully request that the board deny any narrowing or easement abandonment unless and until a comprehensive engineering and safety study is completed, a fiscal impact analysis has been presented to the community, a finalized relocation site has been established for bus and mail services, and maintenance responsibilities and winter mitigation plans have been established. Please protect this longstanding community asset and infrastructure and the safety that it has provided. I urge you to deny the proposed changes. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Janae. Appreciate it.
you.
Comments? Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Still under public comment. Morning.
Good morning. How are you? My name's Curtis Fute, and I am one of the property owners on the side of this right boundary line. Please forgive me. I'm not elegant like everybody else in their little speeches. I provide a place on my property for kids to park their vehicles so they can get on the bus in a safe zone. Ever since I've lived in the area, which has been short time, I've lived in Wyoming 35 years. I've always thought of the community first. Those kids need a safe place to be able to exit and enter a bus stop. That is our widest spot. That is our best spot. The whole idea of offering other people's property for a longstanding area for safety is wrong for an individual. It's a small community. We're a tight community. And we all, in my eyes, feel that that area is the safest place for our kids. Now, I do not have children, but I stand up for all the other children in the area. All I can ask is please do not change the way it is now. Because I don't want to see a child hit on 414. The access road that Ms. Cordova's talking about is on a blind corner. People are coming through there at 75 miles an hour up around that corner Anybody that comes off a ranch access road knows you're not doing 75 miles an hour as you hit the highway. Somebody's gonna get hurt and hurt severely. Now, this morning I took pictures of every access road, every place that there could be an issue, and I also took pictures of the area that we use as a bus stop. If you'd like to see them, I'm happy to send them to y'all. And you can see the danger. Nobody wants to come down and notice that McKinnon is part of Sweetwater County. I have yet to see an officer or fire down there. It's an hour access to our children, our folks, if somebody gets hit there. So please don't let this blind you guys by, and I'm not saying that, I apologize. I understand that we are a tight knit community. I know everybody pretty much in this room that lives in McKinnon. And I care for each and every one of them the same. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Curtis. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Still under public comment. Morning, Mr. Fletcher.
Good morning. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you all. Chairman of Commissioners, I've spoken to a couple of you yesterday. I came to express some concerns about Resolution 2026-03-CC02. My concerns are not about the resolution itself. I understand the need to protect our county roads. My business, John Budding Transfer, travels on those roads, and I understand that there are other counties that are in the state that have done similar things. That is not my concern. My concern is the way that the process unfolded and the lack of community outreach and interaction with the businesses that it would affect during that process. In comparison, I sit on the Wyoming Trucking Association board. I sit on the Petroleum Association boards, and I was involved with the Gold Book amendments, and I was involved with the process to roll out the electronic permitting process that YDOT came up with last year. During that time, we had multiple public meetings. We had several working groups that involved industry and other shareholders, including the Highway Patrol. I worked very carefully and diligently with Troy McFarland with the Highway Patrol. But we worked through a process where we understood what the permitting process was going to be, how it was going to affect us, how it was going to affect our business. That didn't happen in this process. I found out about this resolution yesterday afternoon, and I can say that I was a little shocked. I understand that you guys went through all of the legal processes. It is not your job to ensure that I am checking the website and the agendas every single time for every single meeting. I understand that. However, community outreach, business interaction with businesses that are going to be affected is vital to making this a successful rollout. I reached out to several of our local companies that are going to be directly affected by this, including Searle Brothers, RP Oilfield, Pitt Construction, Wire Brothers, and none of us knew about this resolution. We had no idea. They were as shocked as I was to find out about it yesterday afternoon. Searle Brothers, for example, Pitt Construction, RP Oilfield, they need to travel on Mesa Road, which is Fire Road 3, and Yellowstone, both county roads, simply to get a fuel station. Are they going to be required to have a permit? We don't know. But those are the ways it's going to affect the local businesses. Budding Transfer, Wire Brothers, we have bids out for rig moves and pipelines and those kind of things that now with a $5,000 rig move permit, I have to reopen those bids and it becomes an open bid process all over again, and that business could go to other people. That's how it affects the businesses. What I would ask is that this board, you commissioners, that maybe you think about taking a step back and making sure that the local shareholders are knowledgeable about the process, are knowledgeable about how it's going to affect, and are ready to go forward at the date of implementation. During the process with YDOT and the Highway Patrol, it took almost 6 to 9 months. We were given a grace period. We were allowed to try the permitting process. We offered our comments, our suggestions, our concerns back, and we refined the process down to where it got. You guys approved the resolution, and this board approved the resolution. And if we had been aware of it at that time, we would have had little over a month to get ready for implementation. Those of us who just found out yesterday have 8 working days. The idea that we're going to learn about needing a permit by going through a port is not feasible. We do not pass through ports. There is no port in Sweetwater County. I will drive for months on highways and byways, whatever, without knowing that I need a permit to go on a county road, if that is what the requirement is to get that information through a port. It's just not going to happen. Again, I would respectfully suggest that this board maybe take a step back and look at a slower implementation. I understand that the busy season is coming up on us, but that would be my request. I would like to make one other point of order. I'm not entirely sure what to call that, but during the board meeting on December 16th, when the undersheriff got up and was explaining the rollout, I believe, Chairman West, you asked for some points of clarity as to whether this was an action item, whether it was something that you needed to vote on, and you were told that there would be a notice of intent on November 6th. Anybody who was watching that meeting, and I rewound that meeting multiple times over the last 24 hours, anybody that was watching that meeting would have thought that November 6th would have been when he was going to come up and make a notice of intent. He made that notice of intent on February 6th. Nobody was in this audience to make comment on it. I don't think that it was intentional. I don't think, but it is something for you to consider. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. I appreciate the phone call yesterday. And like I told you yesterday, we do the best we can with the information that's presented. And, sometimes we may get it wrong. I wasn't even aware of, the Trucking Association board. And, I'm not even sure, who the sheriff's office contacted or notified. I mean, obviously we went through what statutorily we were required to, but obviously it sounds like we probably missed a mark in this regard. So I'm more than happy to go back, revisit it. If we need to pause the implementation, I understand in our conversation yesterday that a lot of the work that you do is already bid out, which I believe bids out in November, which obviously complicates things with us passing this at our last meeting. And so we are working with it. I've been in conversation with our Public Works Director as a follow-up to our conversation yesterday. He has reached out to the undersheriff, and so we will continue to work through it. And if we have to set up a meeting with you, I'm happy to do that. But we don't know these things until they're brought to our attention. So I certainly appreciate you doing just that. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just want to thank you, Andy, for calling as well. I mean, that's what we need to hear and know. And if we don't know there's an issue, then we can't change it. We can't fix it. We can't make it right. So I appreciate your phone call.
Well, I apologize for tone of voice. It was just shocking to the system.
No apology needed.
And I do. I respect the time that you guys put in. I understand that you cannot reach out to every constituent and make sure that they're aware of bills that affect them. But as a member of the board for the Trucking Association and the Petroleum Association of Wyoming, I can tell you that anytime that you guys have anything that might concern us or will have something to do with our members, please reach out to us and we can help put out that information as well. So.
No, I appreciate that. I just received an email from our undersheriff and he said we'll definitely be willing to roll this out at a later date and work to help accommodate some of your concerns. So
I appreciate
we'll
it.
follow up.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andy.
Mr. Chairman, I did recommend that at least they put signs on the county roads stating that they did need a permit, but I think that was not done or not. They said they weren't going to do that. They were going to use the port. So we can understand your concern. And we were also told that letters were sent to all the major trucking companies in Sweetwater County.
I don't know anybody that got one. So as far as the signs on the roads, once you're on the road, you're in violation. So that's kind of shutting the door after the horse is gone. But there are some things that are good in this resolution. The self-issuing permits are a wonderful addition. That is something that the state has done away with. But having those in pocket will help us get work done in a timely manner. There are other things that I think some of the fees are a little out of line. A $5,000 permit to move a drilling rig is a little exorbitant, especially when Moffett County is offering one for $1,000. There are some things there that I think are not going to help your local businesses. One other thing that I would mention, because Converse County continues to be an example of a county that has used this. And I believe that almost all of the resolution was actually taken from Converse County's resolution with some changes to the fee structure. Converse County, that area has one company that moves drilling rigs, and that is Black Hills Trucking out of Casper. They probably do, I would say, between 10 and 15% of the rig moves in Converse County. The rest of the companies that come in and do those rig moves are all from North Dakota. The cranes come in from Montana and the surrounding states because there isn't the capacity to move the rigs in Converse County. There is one company that moves rigs in Sweetwater County, and that's John Bunning Transfer Company. And these fees, this permit, especially the $5,000 rig move permit, that is going to fall on a Sweetwater County company almost entirely. We will be paying that every single time. Those are those things that I think in conversation, as we kind of all understand exactly what's going on, will come out, and I trust the process, and we'll come to something that works for everybody. But those are just some of the initial observations that I've made while reading through the initial resolution.
Very good. Appreciate that. Additional comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Tillman.
Well, in defense of our public works, examples are like the Gaston Bridge, which is broken now because of, at least this process will let the county know how much traffic is going on a certain road. I think they worked really hard to try to figure out a way to
Absolutely.
keep us whole.
Yeah. Yeah. And I agree. Knowledge is what we need here. And again, my problem isn't with the basic idea of the resolution. I think that we all need to pay our share and do what we can to keep those roads in good shape. But being ready for it, being able to pass that expense on to customers, et cetera, it's going to take a little time for all of us that are here locally. So.
Very good. Thanks for coming over this morning. We are falling behind. We're still under public comment. So last call, if there's anyone else who would like to address the governing body. We're going to tighten the screws on the 3-minute limit if we can. Morning.
I will be quick. My name is Ashley Muir, and I am also opposing the McKinnon change. Not everybody in McKinnon was notified of what was going on. Select people got certified letters from the county. We found out about it from Janae posting on the community classifieds what was going on, and that's how and what brought us all here today. We as a community feel There's like hesitation within the community to feel like everything is sort of flying under the radar. McKinnon doesn't often have much contact or interaction with the county government, so it's not something that we are always out unaware of checking the websites. I know that there was a sign posted, but it would have been nice to include all the community members in getting those letters, not just the select few, so that they all could have been here, especially when Charlie Bergmeyer was thrown under the bus and his land is put up for to be used. He's not here today because he didn't know about it. So I wish that in the future, more communication would be acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Final call.
Sorry, I thought we weren't starting this till 10:55, so.
Let me be clear here. We are under the county resident comments and concerns portion of the agenda, which typically is for matters that aren't necessarily on the agenda. Now, we have
Okay,
gone
we
through.
haven't stepped to that yet.
Let me finish, please. We have gone through the process with your agenda item and your petition. We have opened that up for a public comment.
Okay.
We've received 16 comments on that. When we get to that item on the agenda today, we won't be having a public discussion. We will open it for any clarifying, comments that need to be made on those that have already been submitted, but there is no need for public comment because we've already had a month to do that. And so
Appreciate
there
it.
have been individuals that have got up today and spoke so far in opposition. You're welcome to your 3 minutes if there's something you would like to add, but primarily speaking, the public comment period has been closed for that particular agenda item. So
When that agenda does come up, will the petitioner be able to speak his mind to it?
if you have clarifying comments separate from what you've already submitted.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, we will go ahead and close the county resident comments and concerns portion of the agenda. Appreciate those for being in attendance and expressing your wishes. That's going to move us right along into the consent agenda this morning, Commissioners, tab C. Before you this morning are 14 items, the story of written letters, you might say. First is the approval of the March 3rd, 2026 meeting minutes. Second is the approval of the county vouchers, the warrants, the expenditure approval listing, and the Commissioner's report. Third is the approval of the bonds. Fourth, the approval of the monthly reports. Fifth is the approval of the abates and rebates. Sixth is the approval of the hospital maintenance expenditures. Sixth is the approval of the hospital lab expenditures. Item number 8 is a request to ratify the letter of support for the Combined Communications Joint Powers Board grant application regarding radio equipment funding. 9 is a request to ratify the letter of support for the Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office request for congressionally directed spending funds to purchase a Lenco Bearcat G3 armored rescue vehicle and a J&N Tactical Draco gas delivery system. 10th is a request to ratify the letter of support for the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport's congressionally directed spending funding request for the RKS General Aviation Apron Rehabilitation Expansion Project. 11 is a request to ratify the Coalition of Local Governments comments on the notice of new categorical exclusion for the advanced nuclear reactors. 12 is a request to hire 2 temporary registered nurse positions in the detention center. 13, a request to restaff a vacant position in facilities maintenance. And lastly, item number 14 is a request to restaff a vacant position in the county attorney's office. Commissioners, with all of that, I would ask if there are any requests to remove any of these items off the consent agenda for further discussion. I would ask that we remove the warrant from item C2 to Vaughn's Plumbing and Heating. Also that we remove item C7, the hospital lab expenditures. And if there are no other requests, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Then entertain a motion to approve the outstanding warrant for Vaughn's Plumbing and Heating.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oop, excuse me. That was not an aye. I need to correct that. I'm going to abstain due to that being the place in which I'm employed. And any opposed on that? Motion carries 4-1 with 1 abstention. I then entertain a motion to approve the hospital lab expenditures.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. I'm going to abstain as there are expenditures included in there for Bonds Plumbing and Heating, a subcontractor on that project. That, motion carries 4-1 with one abstention. It's going to move us right along into Commissioner comments. Commissioner Toman, the floor is yours.
All right, so as not to steal every other commissioner's thunder, I will try to keep my my comments shorter. On March 6th, we had our federal partners monthly meeting, and we did have new acting directors from BLM and the Ashley Force there, but I will leave that for Commissioner Richards to fill in the details. On the 7th, I attended the Green River Valley Cattlemen's annual meeting, got updates on legislation and their dinner dance in Big Piney. On the 10th, I attended the FFA Regional Speech Contest at the Farson Community Center. The commission mascot, Taylor Tolman, she won the extemporaneous speech, which qualifies her to go to state FFA competition in mid-April. And the topic was trade agreements. And they had 10 minutes to research, 20 minutes to write the speech. It was like, I would not want that assignment. Today, she is in Torrington working on the vet science competition. On the 11th, I attended the Sweetwater County Weed and Pest Workshop, all about gophers and tree care. It was very interesting. On the 12th, I drove to Kemmer to visit my mother in the nursing center. And on Friday, the 13th, I joined the family in the cattle drive to bring the cows home for calving. I enjoy riding my big black horse in spite of the horrendous winds we had to face all day. So I can still ride my horse. He didn't buck me off, and I had to do all the hard work because all the rest of the family said they were riding colts and they couldn't be doing anything strenuous. So that was rather interesting. On Saturday, I attended the GOP Sweetwater Convention. Special thanks to Island Richards for his involvement in drafting some pretty great resolutions to take to state convention. We were there from 10 to 3:30. We reviewed bylaws, platforms, new resolutions, and selected delegates for state convention April 25th in Douglas. On the 16th, last night, I attended the library board meeting in Green River. Lindsay Travis will be sending out a doodle poll to the school districts, some of the county, Island and myself to discuss an MOU regarding the Fine Arts Center. The library attendance, program attendance is up by 5,000 from last year at the same time. They discussed their budget and that request that they're submitting to the city of Rock Springs. There are some needs for new carpeting in the city portion of the library, the Rock Springs Library, and the county portion. The HVAC system plans have been completed, so they'll probably be bidding that out through Jean's office. I was in the office yesterday. Yesterday afternoon, I met Eric Bingham at the Farson Town Hall, finalizing plans for the Farson Town Hall with all of our county elected officials. This Thursday, the 19th, we will meet with the BLM as cooperators discussing the proposed amendments for that resource management plan. So this is our first cooperator meeting in 2 years, I believe. But all new leadership. So we're excited to have the opportunity to, and hopeful that the amendment that addresses those special use areas will protect our access and our multiple use. So hopeful. On the 23rd, gubernatorial candidate Eric Barlow will join the Farson seniors for lunch. Anyone's welcome to attend, 11:30 to 1. On that same day, I have a joint communications meeting at 2:30. On the 26th, Golden Hour Board meets at 9 o'clock. Coalition meets at 10 o'clock in Lyman. I guess I will be doing a meeting in the car on the phone. The 30th of this month, the Rock Springs Library will have an open house at 5:30, so the public can see the meeting room renovation on the Johnson Room. On the 1st, we have the Farson Town Hall, and it's not April Fool's, it's really happening. with 11 county elected officials, soup and salad supper, sponsored by Farce and Friends from 5:30 to 6:15 prior to the panel. On the 2nd, the Southwest Manufacturing Partnership is meeting at 2:30 at the Green River College campus and 4 p.m. the Conservation District meets at Roosevelt. On the 3rd, we have our Federal Partners Monthly Meeting at the Chamber in Rock Springs. And on the 7th, our next commission meeting, we have our federal agency updates to the commission. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Tillman. Questions or comments for Commissioner Tillman's report? Not, Commissioner Richards, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. On the 5th, I attended the monthly enterprise meeting hosted by the Rock Springs Chamber, where Fred Von Ahrens provided us with a presentation about Southwest Wyoming Manufacturing Partnership, the Southwest Wyoming Manufacturing Partnership, and the work they are doing with our local school districts to provide hands-on training for our students in the local high schools. Their relationship with school district number 2 here in Green River is particularly a model of how industry and education can work together for the future of our students. Later that day, I joined Commissioner Slaughter in a meeting with representatives from the Sweetwater County Conservation District. They provided us with a considerable amount of information about what their history is, what they do for Sweetwater County, and what projects they're working on in the future. They were concerned about the limited funds they have to work with, and we had a frank but very productive discussion about what their future funding options were, and they will be investigating the process to ask the voters for some direct funding, which I fully support. Conservation District does a lot of work for the people of Sweetwater County that most people never know about, including water and soil testing and monitoring, erosion control mapping, as well as acting as a cooperator on state and federal land planning issues, and they really do it on a shoestring budget. That evening, I remotely attended my breakout group for the High Performance Leadership Academy. Among others, there are several county commissioners in my group from around the country. Some of them represent small rural counties like ours. Some represent counties with much larger populations. I find it interesting that we all universally deal with the same problems, whether it be revenue pressure, deferred maintenance, personnel issues, land issues, housing, infrastructure. We're all mostly in the same boat. There are two large and noticeable differences between my experience on this commission and what I've learned about the commissions that my team members are part of. First one is I'm the only commissioner in the group that works on a 5-member commission. Rest are on 3-member commissions, which is what we used to have here 16 years ago. The challenges that creates for them are almost indescribable, since any 2 members of a 3-member commission constitutes a quorum. No 2 members of those 3-member boards can have a discussion about county business without violating the law. Well, that seems like it wouldn't be a big deal. It really hamstrings their abilities to solve problems. In our case, with a 5-member commission, 2 of us can put our heads together and think through issues often before they become issues. Just like in our meeting with the Conservation District representatives, Commissioner Slaughter and I were able to meet with them together and really feed off each other's experience and expertise. The more I've been a part of this commission and the more I've interacted with commissioners who are working on a 3-person board, the more I appreciate the wisdom of Sweetwater County voters when they expanded this board from 3 to 5 beginning back in 2011. The second thing that sets this commission apart from the rest is how professionally we treat each other in this office. A lot of our fellow commissioners across the state and even across the nation don't have the ability to work with each other in such a civil and professional manner, especially that I've experienced working with all of you. I think the trust and working relationships we've developed with each other, as well as the residents of Sweetwater County, are a model for every other county out there. So I want to thank you for letting me be a part of that. On the 6th, I attended the First Friday's Federal Partners Meeting hosted by the Rock Springs Chamber of Commerce. It was very well attended with representatives from the BLM, U.S. Forest Service, and the Wyoming Game and Fish in attendance. It was refreshing to have so many there, and even more so because of the positive attitudes they brought with them. A couple highlights from the meeting. First, from the BLM. BLM is doing public scoping and moving toward a wild horse gather at the start of fiscal year 27, tentatively in October. They still have a hiring freeze in place, which is affecting their overall capacity and, more importantly, their ability to get this year's road maintenance completed, since they are down 2 operators. They discussed 20-year extensions of 2 small mineral entry withdrawals for petroglyph sites at Sugarloaf and Pine Springs, one 5 acres and one 15 acres. No objections were raised to either of those. The Dry Creek Trona Mine is anticipated, the approval for the Dry Creek Trona Mine is anticipated by the end of March, and 15 APD approvals are expected by May 5th and an additional 5 by June. They also reminded us of the upcoming cooperators meeting for the Rock Springs Resource Management Plan and Amendment EA on March 19th that Commissioner Toman reminded us of, which I know I will see all of you at. U.S. Forest Service also reports that they continue to be under a hiring freeze, but they were authorized to fill 1 permanent full-time position, which they've prioritized for the Flaming Gorge District Ranger. So hopefully we'll get a permanent district ranger in the near future. They have 3 seasonal slots available to fill beginning this month, and they do have some volunteers lined up, but they are always looking for more, especially RV capable ones. So if anybody out there is interested in volunteering with the Forest Service, they're always looking for help. They are looking at 2 EIS alternatives for the Flaming Gorge, one that would draw the gorge down 200,000 acre feet, and one that would draw down the gorge only 100,000 acre feet. They're monitoring and exploring the need for boat ramp and marina modifications as a result. There's no doubt this is going to have a negative effect both on the recreational use out there as well as fish populations in the gorge. So there's some really scary times ahead. That's pretty much all the big news. We also heard from the Conservation District, the Game and Fish, and Representative Hageman's office. Following that, Commissioner Toman, Chief Deputy County Attorney DeLeon, and I met with Mayor Mickelson to further discuss proposed changes to the Combined Communications Joint Powers Agreement. I think we're close to a final draft there, and I'm looking forward to sharing it. On the 10th, I remotely attended a legislative update hosted by the Wyoming Economic Development Association. On the 11th, I attended the Sweetwater County Airport Board meeting, mostly just regular business there, but a couple important notes. They approved that Director Brubaker submit an application for funds to Rock Springs and Sweetwater County with about a 7.5% reduction for fiscal year 27. They've heard our continued messaging about reduced revenues and are trying to be considerate of the city and county's fiscal situations. And that even takes into consideration the added expense of an annual loan payment on the terminal construction project that they have to start paying next fiscal year, as well as modest raises to their staff. I know that they won't be able to make hard cuts like that every year, but I want to let them know how much I appreciate their willingness to work with the county on tightening budgets. Later that day, I joined the weekly Power Coalition call. I think there could be some exciting opportunities on the horizon on that front. There are good people working on getting more good people on board, and it could be a huge asset to the people and industries of Sweetwater County in the future. On the 12th, I attended the Rock Springs Chamber's monthly luncheon where Mayor Mickelson made his State of the City address. Then on the 14th, I spent most of my Saturday at the Sweetwater County Republican Party's county convention. Among others, the convention adopted resolutions recognizing the emergency nature of demands on the Colorado River and calling for adequate state resources to protect Wyoming's water interests. A resolution in support of the BOCC's effort to amend the Rock Springs RMP, a resolution in support of the continued ability of political subdivisions to participate in professional associations, and a resolution in support of responsible nuclear development in Sweetwater County, and a resolution recognizing Taylor Toman and her success in becoming Wyoming's Wyoming Rodeo Queen. Is that high school rodeo queen? So congratulations on that. It was a robust debate that included a lot of different viewpoints, which is how grassroots politics should work, and it was an honor to be part of it. Looking forward, I have weekly Power Coalition calls coming up. On Thursday, I'll join Public Works Director Legursky and Parks Director Bradford for a meeting with a constituent that wants to have some discussions about ideas for possibly utilizing our shooting facilities for some club shoots. Then, of course, also on Thursday, I'll be joining all of you at the BLM office for the Rock Springs RMP Cooperators meeting. This is my last week of participating in the High Performance Leadership Academy. It's been extremely educational, but also extremely time consuming. So I'm going to be glad to have it behind me. On the 24th, I have an SEDC meeting scheduled. As I related to you at our last meeting, they have amended their bylaws to become a more traditional nonprofit organization. And part of that change was changing how their board is comprised. As a result, I asked Sally to remove their board appointments from our board management system. So she has archived those, and we won't be appointing board members to that organization anymore. There is a possibility that as they restructure over the next few years, that they adopt board positions for certain types of memberships, but we can cross that bridge when we get to it. On April 1st, I plan to attend the Farson Town Hall organized by the Land Use Department. On April 2nd, I have a Sweetwater County Outdoor Recreation Collaborative Steering Committee meeting. On the 3rd will be our next First Friday's Federal Partners meeting. And that's all I see so far on my schedule before our next meeting on the 7th, but I'm sure more will pop up between now and then. For now, happy St. Patrick's Day. It probably doesn't show up on camera, but I'm wearing a shamrock on this really nice silk tie that Teresa got me from Ireland. I think that's all I have for you today, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any questions or comments for Commissioner Richards' report? Mr. Jones, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some duplications, so I'll try and be as quick as I can. But on the 4th, I attended the Memorial Hospital Sweetwater County Board of Trustees monthly meeting. Many of the reports that I've given were reviewed, such as financials, quality, employee satisfaction, and the strategic pillars that are moving in the right direction. Dr. Stewart, who's the Chief of Staff, gave a lengthy report on several meetings. On the 19th, the hospital will have a special meeting to review the results of the community needs assessment that's been completed. On the 5th, I too attended the enterprise meeting that was covered. On the evening of the 6th, I traveled to Cody with my daughter to attend the Wyoming State Snowmobile Association convention. And I'll report on this each year, mainly to brag on the snowmobile community and the association. But I want to highlight our scholarship program. I know I've been through this before, but I think it's worth repeating. Each year, we auction off a schnapps bottle. Now, the way the auction works is individually a person can bid, a club can bid, or forces can be joined together to be the high bidder and take the schnapps bottle home. The auction is set up for everyone to participate, which means the highest bid is what you pay. So if you bid $500 and the winning bid is $7,000, you still pay $500. The high bidder wins the bottle and has their name engraved on and along with the year, but the bottle cannot be opened or consumed. It must be returned fully intact the following year for the next auction. So the bottom line is we raised about $31,000. And through that auction, we put about 25% of that into a legal defense account so we can fight for access to public lands. We put about $3,000 into a scholarship savings account, in case it's needed in the future. And we gave $20,000 out to 8 qualified recipients that each wrote essays that were judged by the association officers. First place received $4,000, second place $3,500, which happens to be Corinne Hikes from right here in Sweetwater County. So congratulations, Corinne. Third place received $3,000. Fourth place was a tie for two kids, and they each received $2,500. Fifth place received $2,000. Sixth place $1,500. Seventh place $1,000. Now, even though the program was started in the 90s, we only have records back to 2009. And since 2009, we've given 163 scholarships totaling over $270,000. So I will continue to report on that annually. I think it's worth bragging about. On the 9th, I received a phone call asking if there might be a possibility of running a Baja type race here in Sweetwater County. It'd be a 100-mile course of 4 laps, so a total of 4 miles. Said I'm more than happy to help out. We'll see where that goes. On the 12th, I too attended the Rock Springs Chamber with Mayor Mickelson's speech. On the 14th, I too attended the GOP County Convention. That was pretty well covered. The last paragraph here is just some thoughts on the convention and actually also a few definitions. So let's start with the word conservative. Webster defines conservative using words and phrases such as favoring conservatism, tending or inclined to maintain existing views marked by moderation or caution relating to traditional norms, avoiding things that are novel or showy. From that, let's transition into conservatism. Webster defines conservatism using words and phrases such as preserving what is established, traditional practices and politics, and the philosophy based on tradition. Traditional Republicans believe in words and phrases such as personal responsibility, not being unprincipled. We put a premium on respect for established institutions, respect for each other, respect for differing opinions, listening and debating respectfully. These are general observations and definitions of what makes up a true Republican, a true conservative Wyoming Republican. Before and during the censure vote that took place that's been reported in the press, one person wanted a roll call vote and mentioned something to the effect of people possibly becoming involved in lawsuits based on how they vote. Also, another person was taking pictures and possibly videos of who voted in favor of a censure, obviously as bullying and intimidation tactics for that day and later use. Turns out there were also recordings done, apparently for the same purposes. Wyoming has long been considered a traditional Republican state while also having progressive ideas such as women's suffrage. And we have elected 6 Democratic governors. The people acting like bullies and threatening lawsuits weren't acting as traditional Wyoming Republicans, true Republicans, or conservatives. People sometimes make me wonder why they put an R behind their names. And that concludes my report.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any questions or comments for Commissioner Jones's report?
I don't want to be part of his suffrage movement.
Okay, I guess I'm up next. I'm gonna try and move it along a little bit here to make up some time. Over the last couple weeks, I attended the Mayor and Commissioner Leadership Lunch. Not a whole lot to report on there. We mainly highlighted some of the different bills from the legislative session and had discussions on that. The Federal Partners meeting I was in attendance for as well. That's been pretty well covered. I had a 3-hour building committee meeting to go over some of the existing, whether they're filled or vacant buildings, and trying to prepare for the future in that in preparation for budget season. And we'll be having a report on a couple of those at our next meeting. I also had a meeting with the Conservation District members with Commissioner Jones and Public Works Director Legursky in regards to some of the things that have already been mentioned, but also specific to the drop structure, where we spent most of our time talking about the history of that. Yesterday, I attended the Sweetwater County Water Users Coalition meeting, and some of that has already been discussed this morning as well, but I just kind of wanted to highlight on some of the reports and the data that come out of those that I find interesting and unfortunately kind of disturbing for some of our situations that we're in right now. But the Colorado River Basin provides water to more than 40 million people and spans a distance of approximately 250,000 square miles. As it presently sits, at least as of March 5th, Lake Mead is down 2.2 feet from this time a year ago. Lake Powell is only 24% of full pool, and total releases for water year 26 are 2.7 million acre feet, which is only 36% of the minimum required 7.5 acre feet. Closer to home here, Fontenelle and the Gorge. Fontenelle is currently at 68% of the full average amount of 226,000 acre feet. And the Gorge is down just shy of 3.5 feet from a year ago. And water storage has actually risen by 5,000 acre feet during this year thus far. Just kind of some slides that were shared as in regards to the world entering a new era of water bankruptcy. 70% of the major aquifers are in long-term decline. And obviously with the ongoing agreements or lack thereof with the Colorado River and the upper and lower basin, water sharing agreements concerning the Colorado River are based on an environmental situation that obviously no longer exists. It's not a temporary crisis, but a permanent new condition that we're all faced with here. A significant drawdown on Flaming Gorge Reservoir this spring is likely due to the low snowpack and the dry conditions. Water managers turn to the Flaming Gorge for extra releases when there's a projected shortage to ensure operational levels down at Lake Powell. We went over various other statistics and data to go along with that, discussed heavily the drought operations agreement. As you know, I mean, we missed the February deadline to come together on some of the different agreements. There continues to be work with that, some good bills that were passed legislatively here in the state of Wyoming to help with those efforts. But overall, we're very comparable to the year 2022, which was one of the worst we've seen. And so the future does not look good for water, unfortunately. Upcoming, there is a Flaming Gorge Working Group meeting on April 21st at noon. That can be done via Zoom. And there's also a Fontenelle Working Group meeting April 22nd at 10 a.m., which will be held over at the Joint Powers Water Board facility, but also via Zoom. You do have to register for those, but 21st is obviously one of our commission meetings, so I won't be able to attend that, but I will try and make the 22nd. What else did I have before you? The director of the Young at Heart Senior Center has resigned, and so they are in the process of accepting applications for a new director. And obviously got the cooperator meeting this Thursday and look forward to those. We have had conversations with the interim local field manager as well as the state interim BLM director and appreciate the communication involved with that. Parson Town Hall's been spoke about on the 1st. Obviously, we've got 3 weeks before our next meeting. On the 7th, will be the federal partners update, and rumor has it that Congresswoman Hageman will be in attendance for that. So we look forward to hosting them and getting updated on all the good things happening on the federal level, and appreciate Commissioner Toman organizing those efforts as she does every year. I believe aside from that, it's just been lots of phone calls and certainly involvement on some of the agenda items today, lots of public input, which is always educational and helpful for us making the decisions up here. So I appreciate those who are taking part in the process to help us understand all the different angles so we can obviously not make everyone happy, but at least make the best informed decision that we can. So with that, I'll keep it brief and stand for any questions. Commissioner Slaughter, the honor is yours this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I get to be Commissioner Redundant today and talk about all the things that everyone else has already done that I've followed up on. On the 4th, I met with Land Use Director Eric Bingham and County Compliance Officer and Fire Warden Alan Adams to discuss various planning issues and some items for our capital committee. I then discussed plans with Eric to present to the Sublet Antelope Migration Work Study Group on the 23rd. On the 5th, Commissioner Richards and I, as he spoke about, met with members of the Sweetwater County Conservation District Board. Don't think that we need to beat that to death, so I won't go any further into that. On the 6th, I also attended the federal partners meeting. Once again, I think that's been covered very well, so I won't add anything to that. On the 9th, I spent 5 hours in a county museum planning workshop. Director David Mead updated the museum board on goals for the museum. They addressed calendaring, 1, 3, and 5-year goals, capital needs, and future exhibits. Much of the focus was on the projects that they are committed to already this year. These include the airport exhibit, a dinosaur field trip, CWAM conference, history fair, the Rock Springs Chamber 90th celebration, America's 250th celebration, a new courthouse exhibit featuring the 250th memorabilia, a gallery exhibits redesign, the Day of the Dead exhibit, and an event for Christmas. Later that afternoon, I conducted the Specific Purpose Tax Joint Powers Board meeting. Requisitions for the month were approved. Balances for each entity were reported. We received a report on the progress of the Jamestown project from Robert Hood of Sunrise Engineering and Cale Jasperson. Monthly sales tax was down significantly this month. Our receipts were $1,256,624.20, which is under our projection of $1,004,000 per month. Our total collections are currently $50,451,839.94 and are still substantially ahead of what our projections were. That evening, I attended the Star Transit regular board meeting. Ridership was again up this month. There were 717 more riders February year over year. They sold one of the two buses that they've been advertising for sale. The bus sold for $3,000. They have ordered two new 14-passenger buses. One should be delivered in May and the other in June. Director Pacheco started discussions with Eden Valley Healthcare District to potentially provide some service to Eden Valley. They adopted their tentative fiscal year 2027 budget and approved their fiscal year 27 contract with the city of Rock Springs. On the 10th, I had my weekly meeting with the Sublet Antelope Migration Corridor group, specifically the governor's office and Game and Fish. We finalized the March 23rd agenda and discussed topics for future meetings. The third meeting will be held in Rock Springs on April 6th. On the 11th, we had the regular Planning and Zoning meeting. The Planning and Zoning Board approved the conditional use permit for Precious Pets, an animal crematorium that has been operating since 2010. The terms of this permit required that they renew each 5 years. The board approved doing this long-term. They also approved language changes in sections 15 and 21. Later that afternoon, I met with Sublette County delegation on the presentation for the next work study group meeting for the migration tour. Once again, that meeting will be on Monday, March 23rd. Land use directors of each of the 4 counties will be presenting on how the designation of the migration corridor will fit within county land use plans and vice versa. The Sublette County representative had asked for some clarification and direction on what the presentation should include. It was suggested that we follow up with a meeting the next day for all of the counties, so I coordinated that. Then on the 12th, we had that follow-up meeting. 4 counties were represented. They will each have land use presentations for the work study group. It was a good meeting and provided significant clarity for the county presenters. I think this will prove very beneficial for the members of the work study group. That afternoon, I attended the State of the City address, which was sponsored by the Rock Springs Chamber of Commerce. Once again, everybody's talked about that. I think Mayor Mickelson gave an excellent presentation on the current state of the city. His focus was very positive, and I was very impressed. On the 13th, I attended the Mule Deer Days, an excellent collaboration between Wyoming Game and Fish Department and the Muley Fanatic Foundation that brings conservationists, hunters, and outdoorsmen together to learn about the state's mule deer herds and to raise funds and improve habitat and conditions for wildlife. In seeing all of the conservation groups that were there that evening, I went back the following morning with the intent to glean as much information as I could from those conservation district groups in my role as chairman of this work study group. So I had the opportunity to visit with several of those groups that morning. I met with Wyoming Department of Transportation, who gave an excellent presentation on what they have done to help mitigate vehicle animal collisions. I was able to speak with representatives of the Wyoming Wildlife Fund, Green River Valley Jackson Hole Land Trust, the North American Pronghorn Association, the Wyoming Outdoor Council, the Wyoming Migration Initiative, the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, Wyoming DOT, and the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. These individuals were able to provide me with information on many topics, including conservation easements, wildlife-friendly fencing options, and other migration factors that will help me tremendously in my role on the work study group. That afternoon, I drove to McKinnon to check the status of County Road 1. I wanted to see how it came through the winter, and to also look at the proposed area for the right-of-way change proposal. County Road 1 made it through the winter a little better than what it has the last few years, in my opinion. While it's not great, it was better than I anticipated it would be. We did not see as many frost heaves, obviously, with the winter the way it was. So it is a little better than what I would have anticipated. Actually being on the ground and being able to see the area where the right-of-way petition has taken place gave me a little bit better perspective too, rather than just looking at the maps, which we've been provided. Then yesterday, I had our final migration work study group meeting with the governor's office and Game and Fish. That will be the final meeting prior to next Monday's work study group. And then I spent the rest of the day preparing for today's commission meeting. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions.
Thanks, Commissioner. Appreciate the report. Questions or comments for Commissioner Slaughter? Not, job well done, Commissioners. Busy couple weeks as usual. That's going to move us right along into tab D, which is the action presentation items this morning. First on the list here, we're about 26 minutes behind, so I apologize to Clerk of District Court Boback for that, but we do have upcoming events, and at this time, I'd hand it over. Good morning.
Good morning. First of all, Commissioner Jones, thank you. I appreciate your comments regarding the Republican Party. I've been part of the GOP most of my life, and I applaud what you've said. So thank you very much. Chairman and Commissioners, a lot of changes are going up in District Court. As you know, that Judge Lavery is retiring and Clark Stith was recently appointed to fill that position. I believe he'll probably be sworn in the day that Judge Lavery retires, which is April 18th. That's an assumption on my part, but that's usually what happens. Tom Deering, Judge Lavery's law clerk, he was appointed the Circuit Court clerk in Lincoln County, and his robing is on March 20th this week. We have made as many residents of Sweetwater County as happy as we can this last month or so by summoning them for jury duty for a year. And everybody appreciates that. I've worked with Tim and with the state archives, and we would like to eventually digitize our microfiche. Microfiche machines cannot be repaired. Even finding toner is difficult. And I think we have a solution that would be huge cost savings to the county. One of the ladies I work with at Archives lives in Cheyenne. She'll be retiring later this year and has agreed, she'll put something in writing as to her costs, and she would just go to the archives and digitize our records for us. That would save us travel, hotel, meals, expenses. So I'm excited that that's in the works. So, and then I have a letter I would like to read to all of you. Dear Chairman West and fellow commissioners, it has been an honor and a privilege to serve Sweetwater County as their clerk of district court. However, due to various reasons, I'm unable to fulfill my term in this capacity. Please use this letter as my formal resignation/retirement effective April 3rd of 2026. I've thoroughly enjoyed serving Sweetwater County for almost 40 years. Between the district and circuit courts, my tenure began in 1987. It's now time for someone else to lead this office. I want to thank you for your leadership as liaison to the elected officials and the chairman of the Board of Commissioners. It has been an honor working with you. So at that, thank you.
Now that the cat's finally out of the bag, I can speak to it. We certainly appreciate your service. Clerk Boback in 87, that's when I was born. What a heck of a career.
I didn't want to I just thought about putting that in there, but yeah, it's
You told me when we met, but I can't remember. It started was it circuit court?
Circuit Court. I have 24 years in Circuit Court, and if I finish this term, it'd be 16 years.
Oh,
in
very
district.
commendable.
So
It's been great working with you, and certainly appreciate everything you've done to move things forward and think outside the box in that realm. And we wish you well in your retirement.
well, thank you. Thank you very much. And if I may approach.
Absolutely. These are always bittersweet. Commissioner,
It's hard.
Mr. Jones.
I don't know what really to say, Mr. Chairman, but yeah, thank you for your service and all your years. Really appreciate all you've done. It'll be weird not seeing your face around, so don't go too far, but well-deserved retirement. So I wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Slaughter.
Donna Lee, tough thing.
Yeah.
worked with you for an awfully long time. You started the year before I did.
Yep.
87, I started in 88. So, having been at that podium and doing the same thing what you did, it's a very difficult thing to do. But we appreciate your service, everything that you've done. You've
Thank you.
been,
Thank you very much.
Clerk of District Court and definitely have served Sweetwater County well. So best of luck in your retirement.
Thank you.
Hope that it's everything you hope it will be.
Oh, it will be. Most of my families, most of you know, is back east, and it'd be nice to go see them. And my son's in Houston, and I don't have to worry about a time frame to get back for somebody else's vacation, and so it's tough. It's hard.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate working with you.
Thank you.
Words escape me.
Huh?
You said words escape me.
Yeah.
It's been so long that we've been doing the political fights together, and
Yeah.
and this means no toothpicks this year.
I'm encouraging whoever my successor is, because, when you run for office, it's not, the office title, they call me the toothpick lady.
Well, it's been an honor working with you, serving with you, and being part of this journey with you
Thank
all
you.
these years.
Thank you so much.
Major upheaval upstairs, huh?
Yeah, things are changing. So, but I don't want to be remiss in saying that I have a phenomenal staff, and they will get us through this period until there is a successor. I was hoping I could remain in office and then help with the transition, but statute doesn't allow that, so I have to literally vacate, and that's why. So it's bittersweet. It's like leaving your baby and at kindergarten for the first time, so.
Yeah, I can relate to that one. I got one in kindergarten.
Yeah, so.
On that note, I mean, I don't think I've never dealt with this, but do you have an interim? Obviously there's a process, and I'm going to go over that here
Right,
momentarily, but until we go through that, is there someone that can step in
Yeah.
between that time frame?
My chief deputy, Randy Bingham.
Okay.
He's great. He's just phenomenal. We were really blessed when he came to our office, but even the rest of the office, they support each other. They work so well together. I really couldn't ask for a better group of people to work with and be a part of. So, but yeah, Randy would be the interim.
Well, it starts with good leadership, so job well done.
Well, attitude reflects leadership. That's one of my favorite sayings.
Some days are hard.
Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah.
So with that, thank you. We appreciate everything you've done and wish you well. And don't be a stranger. Sounds like you got some travel in your future, and
Yeah.
that's good too. But
Well, I told him.
don't forget where you come from now.
Yeah, I'm only a phone call away, and hopefully I'll be able to come back to help with the transition.
Very good.
Whomever you select. So,
Appreciate that.
can I go?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So with the process involved with that, commissioners, this follows Title 2218 111 AII. And the county commissioners of the county in which the vacancy occurs shall immediately notify in writing the chairman of the county central committee of the political party which the last incumbent represented at the time of his or her election. After which time the chairman of that convention shall call a meeting of the county central committee to be held not later than 15 days after he or she receives notice of the vacancy. After that, within 5 days, after 3 names are selected, they will be sent to us as the commission, and then we have 5 days to make a decision on the appointment out of one of those 3 in office. So I've had some conversations with our attorney's office in regards to this. It sounds like Clerk Boback will be vacating on April 3rd, which is a Friday. Our next meeting will be April 7th. So it sounds like we can probably make the announcement on the 7th, which would then start the timeline, because we're not going to start it until the office is vacated. And so then we would have, or the central committee would have 15 days from the 7th to get us the 3 names. However, obviously we only have 14 days from the 7th to our next commission meeting. So strategically, we might want to think about either one, having a special meeting, or if we want to attempt to make that appointment at our meeting on April 21st, we could then ask the central committee to streamline that process. and get it to us, by the 20th or something along those lines. So I will start the conversation with Chairman Nemec on that, but officially until it's vacated, we have no action to take. So unless you see that differently, John, okay. Everyone good? We're gonna take a much needed break here. We did fall a little bit behind, so we'll try and make this quick. We'll try and resume back in 5 minutes. Call this meeting back to order. We left off under tab D, item number 2, which will take us to item 3, the support for the library grant application for a new outreach minivan. Joining us this morning is Library Director Lindsay Travis. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman West, Commissioners. The library is applying for a grant from the Wyoming Cultural Trust Fund to pay for half the cost of a new van for the library's outreach program. The library's outreach program delivers library materials to patrons throughout the county who are homebound and not able to travel to the library themselves. Our outreach librarian delivers books and movies to each patron on their list every month. And she stays to visit with them when she's there. It's a very beneficial program for the seniors in our county. The program helps reduce the feeling of isolation and improves the quality of life for those who receive deliveries. Along with the delivering materials to homebound patrons, the new vehicle will be used to visit local senior centers every month, to deliver materials to McKinnon, where we don't have a library, and to visit schools throughout the county. Our current vehicle is 18 years old. We are hoping to get something that is safer and needs fewer repairs, since we ask our outreach librarian to travel throughout the county in all types of weather. The grant that we are applying for would pay for half the cost of a new van. The library board last night approved paying for the other half of the van from our savings. I'm here today to ask for your approval for this grant application, since it will result in a capital purchase, and to request that you sign a letter of support for the application.
Very good. Thanks, Lindsay. Appreciate the efforts and trying to find outside funding, and also for writing the letter. I was a little tired of writing letters last week, so thank you for that assistance. Questions or comments, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards.
If you all remember, this was one of the capital items that we had to cut earlier as a full purchase. And I know how necessary this piece of equipment is, and I commend the library for going out and finding a grant that would help mitigate the full cost of that. I always support our component agencies when they go find other money, because I would rather use our money to bolster a purchase rather than just make a whole purchase. So I'm in full support of this.
Additional comments?
As liaison, I would like to make the motion to write the letter.
We have a motion to approve the letter of support for the Sweetwater County Library Systems grant application to purchase a new minivan for the library outreach program by Commissioner Tillman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks very much and good
Thank
luck.
you. Thank you.
Let's bring us to item number 4, which is the award of the Rock Springs Youth Home Roofing Project. Joining us this morning is Public Works Director Gene Legursky. Good morning, Gene.
Morning, Commissioner West, Commissioners. What you have before you is the award of the Rock Springs Youth Home Roofing Project. As you remember, during the Capital Committee last year, I approached the Capital Committee to replace the roof on their youth home over in Rock Springs. It's seen its better days. Believe it or not, it's still T-lock shingles. So they've been on there a while. They've served their purpose. We let this out to bid to contractors around the state. Really good turnout. We actually received 7 bids. We did not, we opened one bid but could not read it because it was non-conforming to our specifications. So we do not know what his total price was. But I recommend awarding the bid to Enman Roofing LLC, and I want to award the base bid plus the alternate bid. The alternate bid covers the garage, that is the attached garage that's next to it, and the shed, because their bid was lower than my engineer's estimate, which, as you can remember, over the past, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, that hasn't happened very often. So
Appreciate it, Gene. Any experience with that contractor? I mean, a good turnout at least.
yeah, good turnout. No experience on roofing. He did all the metal work though and everything on the Sweetwater combined facility and some other things. He's out of Cheyenne. Comes very well discussed, talked about when we checked references.
Very good. Questions or comments, commissioners? Not, I'd entertain a motion to award the Rock Springs Youth Home Roofing Project to Inman Roofing Incorporated in the sum of $52,363, the base bid plus the alternate, and authorize the chairman to sign all necessary project documents.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. This next item, item number 5 is change order number 4 for the Sweetwater County Detention Center rooftop unit air handler unit replacement and upgrade project. At this time, I need to recuse myself for a conflict of interest, and I would ask that Commissioner Toman take over as chair.
I need the gavel. Oh, I have one, never mind.
You don't need a gavel.
Thank you, Commissioner Tolman. What you have before you is change order number 4 for the RTU AHU replacement and upgrade unit at the detention center. As you know, that's been a project that we've been ongoing. It's toward the wrap-up phase of it. This project went well. Mother Nature, outside the water that we do need and everything, that Mother Nature really cooperated with us. The last thing we need to do is extend the contract time out. Substantial completion being February 17th is when they wrapped up all this stuff. And then the final completion, May 31st. The reason I would like to do that is because we have some air conditioning stuff, water that is ran, but we've never tested or anything like that to it. No other funds will be expended from this. Matter of fact, the other portion of this change order is to reduce the total contract amount by $9,115, which is always good for that. So saved a little bit of money on that, but I would like your permission to decrease the contract amount and extend the contract time for both the substantial completion and the final completion out on this project until we can get that done. If it keeps being 75 and it doesn't drop down below freezing, we could probably do it next week, but you never know with Mother Nature and it's springtime in the Rockies. So rather be safe than sorry and extend it out probably longer than we need.
Questions?
I had to look at that a few times just to make sure that really said decreased.
100%. That's why I try to, it's tough when you do that because you don't see these very often. But it is equates to the plans, the contractor, our staff and everything that was able to get this done because believe it or not, it wasn't an easy project. It was very intricate on a working jail.
Any other?
Madam Chairman, I'd make a motion to approve the change order number 4 to reduce the contract amount on the Sweetwater County Detention Center RTU AHU replacement and upgrade project by $9,115 and extend the substantial and final completion dates as stated.
Second?
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion's been approved. Someone want to get Keaton? There were no objections.
Thank you. It's going to move us to item number 6, which is Resolution 2603EN01, resolution to alter County Road 1, the McKinnon Road, which we have just gone through the public comment process. So I just kind of wanted to recap. It's kind of a unique process going through the state statute in regards to the vacation of county roads, which we obviously followed through statute 24-3. And so just as a quick recap to get us to where we are presently, the county clerk received a petition back on September 12th and deemed it complete. We went ahead and accepted the resolution to consider the alteration of the McKinnon Road right-of-way on the previous resolution 2510 EN01. Under that resolution, the board appointed Andy Hooton to serve as a suitable and disinterested person. The oath of the viewer was executed on October 16th of 25 by Andy and sworn by Clerk Swenson. Wyoming Statute 243104 defines the oath of the viewer and specifically states that the viewer shall faithfully and impartially discharge his duties. Goes further into informing that the judgment the viewer shall take into consideration both the public and private convenience and also the expense of the proposed road. These statements will allow the viewer broad discretion in the formulation of the viewer's report as long as they are impartial and consider both public and private convenience. Based on the impartiality, the public and private convenience, the viewer decided a 90-foot width was better suited to all parties as opposed to the 60-foot width that was petitioned. The viewer went ahead and presented that report in writing to the board and presented the matter at a previous meeting. So based on the viewer's report recommendations, the board then decided if they wish for the process to continue, which we did under the notice of intent to alter, which was completed on resolution 26-02-EN01. And the process was then allowed to continue based on recommendations within the reviewer's report. Notice was sent to parties having an interest that included any of those who signed the petition and anyone within 1.5 miles, plus all utility companies in the altered section of the roadway. There's a total of 57 certified letters that were sent out, and we received back 47 responses on that, or 47 that received them or signed for them. The notice of intent was also published on the county website and in the Green River Star on February 12th, 19th, and 26th. Public Works Department also placed 2 notifications on the north and south sides of the alteration. And the notice of intent to alter is particularly important in this process because it does give public notice, and it also gives a date and time for all objections to the alteration and any claims for damages that are to be filed. For this notice, the date and time were at noon on the 6th of March, 2026, which is not to be less than 30 days after the determination to proceed by this board. The statute 24.3.112 states that after this date and time, no objections or claims for damages shall be filed. And since then, we've received 16 public comments. We have had a couple comments come in after that deadline, which will not be accepted into the record. We did hear some testimony today, which everyone is welcome to get up under our public comment period. But the public comment period specific to this event did close back on the 6th. And so all information presented up to that point will be considered, and anything thereafter will not. So today, the objective is to take action or not on the proposed resolution that was put forth by the Public Works Department in response to the viewer's report with the recommendation of the 90-foot right-of-way. Gene, I would ask if I've left anything off or if you have anything to add in regards to that process.
No, I think you did a very good job, Chairman West. The one thing that I would like to add is if you guys decide on a course of action today, and you want modifications to the resolution or anything like that, talking to John DeLeon, our legal counsel, one of the things that the Public Works Department tries to do is we try to guess how you guys are going to act and give you options on, hey, this is what's going to do. If you guys decide that that resolution does not work or whatever, please recommend how we can prepare a resolution for, in 2 weeks on that meeting. And then we can prepare one that's exactly what you guys would like to do. The only thing that I would like to consider is, I can't reiterate enough how much the notice of intent is important to the public. Up until then, there's really no public comment. And when you guys decide to go forward on these, which I believe you have on every single one that we've done, that allows the public and the petitioner to be able to comment. Okay, so that's very, very important. And you guys have faithfully done that. I think we've done 6 or 7 of these. So I want to just make sure that the public is well aware of that during that notice of intent, that starts the time when public can comment. Before that, they can always get up like you guys have always done during public comment and stuff like that. But that also allows us to send out certified letters, allows us to post it, allows us to do everything else to notify the public of what is going on in and around their area. So with that, I stand for any questions.
Thanks, Gene. Questions in regards to the resolution before you, commissioners?
Yes, I have a question.
Commissioner Tillman.
For legal, if we deny the resolution, does this process stop then? It stays as is? You don't have to have a different resolution, right?
So as Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Toman, as Director Legursky identified that should you take a vote, if the vote was in favor of not taking action, the chairman could certainly direct staff to prepare a resolution consistent with your decision. and that would be presented at the next, likely would be presented at the next meeting.
One of the things I would like to add on that, and I don't know if, and John can correct me if I'm completely off base here, but if you guys vote to say widen it to 180 foot or take it down to 30 foot, we need to have public comment on that. The public comment was really directed for your notice of intent, which was based on the petition and 90 foot. So if you guys want to change from that, my personal opinion, and it's not really a legal opinion, is that we need to give the chance for the public to be able to comment on that, because that notice of intent was very specific, and it was very specific to the land and to the width of where that was located at. And we do that to limit public comment. You know, if we just open it up and said, hey, something's going to happen down here, you know, the public doesn't know what to expect and you guys don't know what to expect. So we do that notice of intent specific to the viewers report.
Yeah, and I think that's important because that is what the public comment is based off of, is the viewer's recommendations. So any change outside of that, more or less, would start the process over, if I understand that correctly, because you're altering what otherwise they've assumed to be the case, if it is passed or not.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, yes, if you were to, for example, go greater than and to reduce the easement to 60 feet, then you would want to consider re-advertising. If you were to choose to approve the petition as to a 90 foot easement, then that decision would stand today. If you were to decide, make a decision not to grant the petition through a vote, then again, the process would terminate. So you wouldn't have to re-advertise for either a denial and or an approval of the 90 foot. The re-advertisement would only be if you decided to go beyond the notice of intent.
Mr. Chairman, also the resolution you do have in your packet was a draft. So we can do that. And also it was written in the positive, because in the past we have written a resolution in the negative, and we've been advised to write stuff in the positive. So just make sure everybody understands that when they're voting.
And then just out of curiosity, Gene, in that resolution you speak to, there is a couple, I guess, bullets towards the end of it that if it were to be passed, for instance, that the petitioner shall relocate the mailbox cluster units to a location mutually agreed upon by the petitioner, the county, and the United States Postal Service. So that would be, I guess, subject or condition of this approval, if I understand that right.
Correct. And that was also covered in the conditional use permit. However, we felt that it was important to put it in this resolution, that everybody got together and said, yeah, this is a good place for it. You know, after all, it is the property of the U.S. Postal Service. It's not the property of the county. Even though it resides within the county right away, it is the property of the U.S. Postal Service. So we have to get their okay to move it.
Very good. Additional questions for staff, commissioners?
Yes.
Commissioner Tillman.
Item 5 at the end, the petitioner shall provide a public access easement from the west side of the roadway right away to the Kelch's property line. So there's nothing in here that's going onto private property, somebody else's private property then, right?
No, there is really some ambiguity on whether that public road exists from the Kelch's property to the county road. That is why the viewer decided to offset that right away to try to close that. But when you actually look back at everything, it's very ambiguous. The one thing that I would like to say is there is some misconception out there, and this happens everywhere. I don't know how many times I have to explain it, but a private road and a public road are not the same, and a public road and a county road are not the same. Okay, we can have public roads out there that aren't county roads. Okay, the public has the right to use them. Private roads are restricted. So when we do that, we got to make sure that we do that correctly, because a public road is for that. Just say, you know, if I own a piece of land and I don't want anybody to be on it, it's a private road. And I have to invite people on there. That means FedEx, UPS, ambulance service, stuff like that cannot go on that road. Okay, unless I invite them on that road. So you have to make sure there's public roads that we have out there all over the place that aren't county roads. And we have to draw that jurisdiction because I cannot, as the Public Works Director, direct my employees to go improve a public road that is a non-county road. Okay, that is using public funds for something other than the county. So we have to make that jurisdiction that you have private roads, you have public roads, and you have county roads, and then you have state roads and all that other stuff in there. So we have to make that jurisdiction of that. So that's why we put that in there, because of the ambiguity that's there. You know, there has been a longstanding tradition that people up there have used that for, you know, numerous of years. So you can get into all kinds of other things on that with rights of prescription and all other things. But the viewer felt that in the best interest to make sure that has just cleared up for everybody and to go ahead and do that as part of this process, since we were taking, you know, into this and juggling this around to make sure that that is solidified for everybody. So there is no question of that later. We have gotten requests because in the past, you know, 20, 30 years ago, we used to plow a lot of roads. And that's before, you know, everybody really focused in on that state statute that, hey, you can't plow anything other than county roads. Okay, that's why I even come in front of you guys sometimes when the BLM says, hey, we need help. Can you guys help us out? Because we have one blade that covers all the high district area and everything like that. And I come to you guys and say, hey, they need help. Am I allowed to do this? Because we have to make sure that our work is confined to public road, to county roads, not just public roads.
So does the county plow this road?
No, we plow County Road 1. We do not plow the road that goes to the Kelchers. We turn around there like everybody else does, but we do not plow that road.
Additional questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
just,
Richards.
just so I'm clear, we're limited here because of our notice of intent to just choosing whether or not to adopt the 90-foot, even though the viewer's report had options in it that included going down to 60. We don't have that option because we didn't include it in our actual notice.
Correct. Notice intent was specific to the 90-foot and to that length of road.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Commissioner Richards, you have all options in front of you. If you do choose to grant the petition, if you want to choose to grant the petition for beyond the 90 feet, which is your right to choose that, then it is just suggested that you re-advertise and allow for a new objection period. That doesn't, your right is not taken from you. You, as a board, get to make whatever decision you determine is best and appropriate. There would just be an additional procedure in place if you choose that direction.
Thank you.
So correct me if I'm incorrect. So we'd go back, open it up for public comment, and then what would happen is you guys, based on that public comment, would make the decision based on that revision. So yes.
It would essentially be submitting a new notice of intent.
So denying this resolution, it doesn't default back to what it is then?
Yes, it does.
It does?
Yes.
Which is
Back to the current, which is 120 feet.
So we don't need to say we want this resolution changed to 120 feet. We just would deny it and it would automatically go back to what it is.
It goes back to its current state, correct?
Right, okay.
That is an option that you have.
Additional, Commissioner Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So then they could come back with a different petition for sake of argument with a different width than what they're asking if maybe they all got together and came up with a solution. If we denied this and then they came back later with something different that everybody got together and agreed on.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Jones, yes, if some of the outstanding issues, for example, as the director identified, there are some conditions in the viewer's recommendation recommending that the location of the mailboxes, that everybody get together and work that particular issue out. If the various interested parties, whether it's some of the local residents, whether it's the school district, in terms of the bus routes, et cetera, if those folks were to get together and work out the differences that exist that have been identified through objections that were timely filed. If people took the time, had those discussions, worked those matters out, yes, Commissioner, then they could come back and identify that those aren't a condition to happen after the approval. It would be established in advance of being presented to you folks.
Chairman Jones, if I may add, that's the best, how I think the best possible solution is everybody get together down there, school district, you post office petitioner, all the landowners that are affected, talk about the different worries, conditions like that, and then come up with a generalized solution. We can go through the thing, make sure for safety's sake, and the counties, that's the public portion of that, review that, and then pass it on to you. That's the most common sense solution. A couple letters reference common sense solution. That is a common sense solution. Everybody get together and come up. Right now, it's a bifurcated process because of how we have to do it by state statute. But that is the best possible solution.
Well,
Commissioner-
then,
Commissioner Slaughter?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, my concern lies with respect to the school bus issue. And it appears to me that the petitioner possibly
Mr.
should.
Chairman, if I don't mean to interrupt, I apologize. Commissioner Slaughter, I didn't know, Mr. Chairman, if you wanted before you got into further discussion, if you wanted to first allow anybody that wanted to clarify any of their objections and or comments, then perhaps pursuant to either a motion, then have whatever follow-up discussion you wanted to have. Again, I defer to you as a board on how to proceed on that.
Yeah, do you have questions for staff, I guess, or clarifications?
We'll get pertain to what we were talking about, but we can do it later, which is what I originally intended, but we'd gotten a little off track there, so.
but if we deny it, do they have to come back with a whole new reviewer and the whole process start open again? To hire a reviewer, pay that fee and do all that, or it can be worked out without that?
I don't know on that. The hard part about that viewer, and that's how we have to do it's an alteration to a county road, so it is defined by state statute. Obviously, if they brought back a solution that everybody could do, that viewer report is very short. We would still have to give the public comment. I still think we should send out notifications and post them and do all of that stuff just to make sure, everybody knows, because even during comments that we received, is people didn't know about it, even though we tried to, cover a mile and a half and we send out, 57 different letters and post it, people still didn't know. So I think it's very crucial to do that public comment to make sure that everybody knows what's going on. So I personally would vote to do that. However, I work for you guys and I'm up to whatever you guys tell me to do. So within the legal bounds of what John recommends. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Tolman? Sorry.
Additional questions for staff? Okay, so I think at this time, thanks, Gene.
Yep.
Appreciate that. We have, as been stated, already received the public comments. So the public comment period has been closed. So anything past that period will not be considered. We thought it would be fair to allow for any of those who have submitted comments the chance to clarify or perhaps correct some of the statements or positions they may have within those comments. And so we would open up the opportunity to do that. If nothing has changed, we have them all. We've read them all. We've had 16 letters that have been provided to us. They're in our packet. So there's no need to reiterate what you've already taken a stance on. But if there are any requests to clarify, the floor would be open for that. And if there's new information, it will not be admitted. So we would interrupt you to speak directly to your already submitted comments to clarify any need. Yes, sir.
Already been turned in time.
As long as it's a clarification and not just a reiteration, yes.
I'll try to make this brief.
Good morning.
Good
Please
morning.
introduce yourself, sir.
Excuse me.
Please introduce yourself. Just for
Oh,
the record.
I'm Jared's dad, Mark Triplett. And I submitted this to the county March 3rd, 2026. So they've got a copy of this rebuttal to the change of the right-of-way width there. That change is going to affect at least three different things. And the first thing, and this is what I suggest you as county commissioners do, is what I'm going to suggest here is using common sense. Common sense is what our,
It's different, Mr. Triplett, because we already have that letter. So
Oh, okay.
unless it's a clarification of what you've already written, we've got it. So this is just a chance to clarify or change anything that you may have thought about after the fact, after you submitted it. Otherwise, we've got your comments here.
okay. Well, then I guess you've got everything that I need. I made a conclusion on there and made suggestions on how I think you should arrange things. And you guys, county commissioners, could do that. Real simple. And wouldn't cost you anything, wouldn't cost the county anything. And be real simple to take care of. So I would suggest that you read that real carefully because there's suggestion on how to resolve these issues. I think it would make it real simple for you guys to have a solution to all this and make a determination.
Okay.
And it's all based on, even though I
So
did.
I'm gonna have to cut you off, sir. We've got it. So the public comment period's closed.
Well, okay,
Okay.
that's right.
This is just if you wrote something that changed and you want to bring us up to speed on it, that we're allowing that opportunity. If nothing has changed, then there is no public comment.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there any other clarifying requests or needs? If it strains out of what's been submitted, we're going to cut you off. So, good morning, Mr. Triplett.
Morning, my name's Jared Triplett. I'm the petitioner. I have some clarifications to the write-up I sent, I believe a 17-page document for everybody, kind of wrapping all the details in that the viewer's report I felt omitted or missed. But I would like to go over kind of a legal memorandum because.
So was this what was submitted last night?
No, this is not.
This was what was in the packet.
Oh, this is, yes, submitted last night, yeah.
But the public comment period is closed, so that will not be accepted into the record. That came after.
Well, can I still read it?
You cannot.
Really? So this contract that lies between us for easements, all I'm doing is outlining what that, the direct verbiage of the contract, how it plays out, and how we all need to proceed forward with my rights and with the rights of the county. I'm going over the contracts and trying to exemplify all circumstances, cite Supreme Court law and proceedings for the past 100 years.
So this is not specific to the viewer's report, Mr. Triplett. So we have a state statute, clearly defined process that I already went over. That public comment period ended at noon on March 6th. So any information that was submitted after the fact is not to be considered for the record.
But this is in addition, this is clarification.
After the deadline has since passed.
Yep.
So it will not be considered.
So I can't clarify what I stated per the post deadline, even though I'm petitioner and not necessarily public.
That's correct, because the public has not received or had the opportunity to comment on anything that you've submitted after that deadline.
Okay. Well, so I just need to send legal memorandums without the public comment towards this, or this addressing a contract between the county and myself?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richardson.
I think that's a separate issue than what's in front of us now. Maybe council can clarify that, but what we have is a petition to alter based on and contingent on the viewer's report that gave us advice on how to proceed. We made a resolution of intent with a very narrow focus. And I think what we're getting into now is discussions about other things that aren't in front of us right now. Our focus is on this resolution of whether or not to accept a change in right-of-way that reduces the current 120-foot right-of-way to 90 foot. We have the power to act on that right now or to continue this discussion for other purposes. But when we start talking about other contracts, other definitions, Supreme Court precedents, that's not the purview of this board right now. Ours is to act on this resolution.
And these are specifically addressing the guidelines of the contract and how you guys have the allowable legal right to act on this resolution.
And I am
That's why I feel it's
aware of your arguments on that case, on that. I got what you presented in your public comments. I think what the chairman is saying is if you want to clarify something in the comments that you already made related to this, he's giving some latitude to do that. But I don't think any of us are interested in a legal lesson right now. We have our own counsel to advise us on those things. I want to hear whether this is a good thing for the community and for your property or not.
Well, I just wanted to clarify my rights on the property when I allowed for the easements of the county road, or my predecessors allowed for the easements of the county road. And that's why I presented the actual contracts so that everybody could read it, everybody could go by the verbs of it, everybody could refer back to the Supreme Court cases and.
We've got those comments. So unless there's something different, there's no further discussion.
Well, that'd be, appreciate it, commissioners.
Thank you. Any other need to clarify comments? No new information to be presented. Okay, we're going to close that portion, and commissioners, I'd open it up for discussion. Mr. Slaughter, I should start with you. I apologize for.
That's all right. Mr. Chairman, I have got a serious concern with respect to the school district issues. We received comment from Rachel Todd, representing school district number 2. I believe that a petitioner probably should have had further discussions with the school district prior to coming to us with this. What we're seeing is an issue that has 2 public entities that are being affected. This is something that I see that could potentially adversely affect the public interest. So because of that, I will be voting against the resolution as it's presented before us. I would like to see further comments, and I would like to see the petitioner work with those people in the area along with the school district to come up with a solution that is more presentable for us. But with the situation currently, I will have to vote against based on that fact.
Thanks, Commissioner. Mr. Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd agree with Commissioner Slaughter, and that was the reason for asking my question, and see if they can't come together and get a better proposal, something that kind of works for everybody. I know making everybody happy all the time is virtually impossible, but I think it was mentioned it's a small, close-knit community, and I believe that, and I believe that's a lot of the state. And historically, the state people find ways to come together, and especially in small communities. Bigger communities, maybe not so much, but I think more so in smaller communities.
We'll just go down the line, I guess. We've worked with you in the past, and you've been good to work with, and I certainly appreciate your vision for what you're trying to do down there. And this is an interesting process. I think all of us have learned more than we ever thought existed in regards to vacation process on a county road. I appreciate the public, output. A lot of times we make decisions. You heard them earlier. You guys have been sitting here a while, but we made one. We went through public comment process, and a very important piece of that was left off. That individual or organization or companies weren't notified of the change, and so now we're stuck with trying to go back and fix that process perhaps. And so with you all, we've had 16 letters that have been written in here. Obviously, a very I guess emotional response for a lot in regards to public safety and the safety of children and transportation. I think another governing body, another governing entity such as the school district and the school board, plays an important role. I don't think that it's something that can't be worked through. We deal with these smaller kind of rural areas quite frequently, and the best outcome is when they all get together and find a solution that works best for all. Sometimes that's difficult. Sometimes it can't be accomplished, but we're bound by the terms of the viewer's report. And so it's whether or not we support the 90 feet right away or we don't. And steps forward will be determined based off, what the petitioner sees fit as the next best step, and or you all to come together and see if you can make it work. I think there's an issue with, certainly access for a property owner down there, but the bigger is the majority of the letters and the comments we received were about safety and the bus stop. And so I think, during that process and after the viewer report came out, then other options and moving it down the road and across the road and all of those came about, where those may be potential options, but that wasn't what was designed by the viewer's report. The viewer's report was in response to the petition, which didn't account for all these other options. And so that's what makes this difficult, and why we're trying to ensure that, the public comment is specific to what is being presented, because we have lots of other outside information, but the notice of intent was specific to what the viewer's report came out. And so it's not fair to those that are expressing concerns or opposition to then just change course without giving them the opportunity to understand the matter. So I just feel like it's maybe a little bit cart before the horse, as long as this process, does take. But I think involving the school district would be an important piece, and seeing if you can work it out amongst yourselves. So, Commissioner Tolman.
I agree with what the other commissioners have said. I do want to thank Andy Hooten. I think he did a good job as a reviewer. He didn't just go in and do a title search through the courthouse to see all the names that were next to that property. He tried to address the issues that were in the petition. So I want to be fair to him. I think he did a really good job, but I will vote to deny the resolution. I think it needs to go back to the community. If you have a town hall meeting, if you want Jean to publish it for you, if you want to do your own town hall or meet out there, I think you need to resolve the issues on the ground first.
Commissioner
Thank
Richards.
you.
Mr. Chairman, I thought Mr. Hooten did a really good job in his viewer's report, and he provided what I thought was a good option, but the public was very clearly not in support of it. As I read all of these public comments, I did find it interesting that their concerns were public safety, the bus turnaround, the mailboxes. It had a little confusion because I felt that the viewers' alternative number 5 addressed a lot of that. But regardless, the public still is in clear opposition to this change. I've been down there. I've looked at it. I think I'm going to be with the rest of you in voting to deny this resolution. I would like to see an option there. I believe that the school bus turnaround should be in that section of property, so I don't see myself ever supporting narrowing that right of way to 60 feet. And I appreciate the petitioner's concern and his desire to use his property in a different way than what the current right of ways allow. But I'm like him. I'm a business owner with right of ways that cross my property, and of course I would like not to have to deal with that. But that doesn't change the fact that they're there, and we asked the public for their opinion on this, and I think they made it clear. So I'm going to be a vote against this resolution. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will, for the sake of the vote and having the actual decision made, I will move resolution number 2603 EN 01, resolution to alter a publicly dedicated roadway.
We have a motion to approve resolution, I believe, as I understand it. Approve.
Yes.
Resolution 2603 EN 01 by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Further discussion? Hearing none, we'll roll call vote this one, starting with Commissioner Richards.
No.
Commissioner Toman.
No.
Commissioner West is no. Commissioner Jones.
No.
Commissioner Slaughter.
No.
Resolution does fail 5-0. And with that, I would ask that staff prepare a resolution consistent with the decision for the next meeting. And we will proceed from there. Appreciate everyone's attendance, sticking with us today. I know we fell behind and a little bit longer than we anticipated, but it's been a very involved process and we appreciate everyone's patience and cooperation with that. We'll see where things head. And thank you, Jane, for all your work in regards to that.
Mr. Chairman, just clarification for staff. Would you like us to use the exact same resolution number to prepare with your guys' comments and working with De Leon in there so we have everything that's clear all the way through? I guess I wasn't clear on that.
We'll probably want it separate, I would assume, just so that the defeated resolution is
Yeah.
on its own.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Keep in mind, do you want us to write that resolution in the positive or the negative then? Because it's hard.
I believe it's just a more or less, help me out with that, John, but it'd be just a description as to the action taking place and the reasons behind the decision.
I think your Mr. Chairman, your direction is sufficient and we can get.
That we can get together. Okay, thank you.
No, thank you. That's going to move us to item number 7 under tab D this morning, which is the opioid assessment report for Sweetwater County. And I believe we have Beth Mulligan, the principal at Corona Insights, and Annie Theodropoulos, senior associate at Corona Insights. I don't know if I got that name right. I still struggle with that one, Annie, but I
No,
tried.
you did perfect. Thank you.
And we're a little bit behind schedule, so we apologize for that. Christina has also joined us in the audience, but at this time, we'll hand it over to you both. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, good morning, commissioners. Thanks for having us. Happy St. Patrick's Day. As Chairman West said, I'm Beth Mulligan from Corona Insights. I'm here with my colleague, Annie Theodropoulos. And we appreciate you having us to present our findings about the opioid epidemic in Sweetwater County.
Sorry, Beth. There it goes.
No, that's all right. Getting our slideshow set up. So we were brought on last summer to conduct an assessment of the needs and opportunities for opioid reduction and treatment in the county. This work was supported with opioid settlement funds and aligned with the 1YO opioid abatement strategy for community regional planning. We analyzed secondary data and conducted interviews to gather information about the state of the opioid problem in Sweetwater County. And our final step in the future will be to facilitate a prioritization of identified strategies. But today we're just going to present results of our findings. So we conducted 33 interviews with providers and stakeholders throughout the county, including key people in healthcare, behavioral health, family, youth, and community services, law enforcement, the courts, and some key local employers. We also gathered and analyzed data from a variety of federal, state, and local sources. And we're going to start with a few quick facts about the opioid crisis, and then we'll move into our key findings and recommendations. So first, as summarized in this graphic, which is from the Congressional Budget Office, the opioid crisis got started in the late 90s as opioid prescribing increased in response to aggressive promotion of new drugs, OxyContin in particular, and encouragement to apply them to lower levels of pain. This sales and marketing strategy is kind of part of the key misconduct behind the opioid settlements. Then because the new opioids were highly addictive and often prescribed in large quantities and high doses, people taking them were driven to seek out more and more to achieve the same results, leading to an increased demand for opioids. And then around 2010, as states started to pass prescribing laws to cut off supply, addicted people transitioned to illegal sources to meet their needs, increasing demand for heroin. And then around 2013, suppliers began to cut heroin with cheaper, highly potent fentanyl. As you can see, those three elements in this graph from the CDC, which shows the death rate by opioid over time. So the axis at the bottom here, I know it's really tiny, starts in 1999. And the teal line showing prescription opioids is on a steady climb. Basically, the death rate from prescription opioids is on a steady climb until about 2011. Meanwhile, the kind of blue lines showing heroin deaths starts to climb around 2010. And the purple line showing synthetic opioids like fentanyl starts to climb around 2013 and really skyrockets, causing more deaths than prescription opioids or heroin by about 2017 and about 5 times as many by 2022. Fentanyl and synthetic opioids are currently the primary cause of overdose death due to opioids nationally. In the last 25 years, Sweetwater County's population has had some flux, shown in the blue line on this graph, with the population around 37,000 in the early 2000s to 44,000 in the mid 2010s and around 41,000 in recent years. With more people, you might expect to see more deaths. So even if there's no real change in the death rate. So this is just helpful context for looking at the orange line, which is the number of deaths in the county from drug overdose. What we see here is that drug overdose deaths largely rose and fell with the population from 2000 until 2019, but then rose steeply from 2020 to 2024, even as the population declined. So the county was averaging fewer than 3 deaths a year from overdose in 2000, and that increased to 15 deaths a year after the after the pandemic. One of the key challenges that we heard about addressing opioid addiction from a lot of people in the county is that it's less visible than some other addictions, which can make it harder to catch early. So a lot of people told us stories about unlikely or high functioning opioid addicted friends, family, coworkers. We heard that there's just not enough education about the risks and treatment options. As one behavioral health provider said, there's still way too much stigma and shame attached to it and fear. So I don't think we're going to get people walking in the doors for treatment. And as a behavioral health board member said, even some providers in the area are not really wise about addiction. And when patients become addicted, they sometimes just say it's someone else's problem to get them off the drugs, or they just stop prescribing, and that forces the person to move onto the streets to try to get help. So the continuum of care for addressing opioid addiction aligns with the cycle of addiction. That's shown here in this blue arrow. So addiction begins at where it says initiation of opioid use. And the first step in the continuum of care is to prevent initiation, primarily through reducing prescribing, reducing supplies of unused pills and illegal substances. And then use becomes abuse as the user's tolerance builds and they increase the frequency or quantity of use. Early intervention efforts attempt to try to identify and curb problematic use through screening, deprescribing, monitoring, pill shopping, and making treatment immediately available. And then when use becomes compulsive and starts to interfere with everyday life, it's reached a level of disorder or addiction. And that's where harm reduction efforts aim primarily to prevent death from overdose and reduce other harms that are stemming from use behaviors. Trying to stop using results in withdrawal symptoms, and without treatment, this often leads to craving and relapse. Treatment efforts include detox, medication-assisted treatment, behavioral therapy. And then in the last kind of phase, recovery involves adhering to medication-assisted treatment and avoiding relapse. Recovery supports include things like support groups, reintegration support, and wraparound services to assist with things like job training and housing and food and so on. And importantly, opioid addiction can be really hard to break, and recovery often involves multiple cycles of relapse and temporary sobriety before another relapse. And people are often at their highest risk of overdose death when they've relapsed after a period of temporary sobriety. So a lot of concern about harm reduction and treatment and recovery kind of in a loop here. Okay, we're going to get into our key findings and recommendations, and we've organized these along the continuum of care or the cycle of addiction. So just to recap sort of quickly, and this is color coding that'll follow through the key findings. Primary prevention includes activities that work to prevent people from becoming addicted. Early intervention activities ensure quick identification of problematic use. Harm reduction aims to prevent death from overdose. Treatment includes activities to help people detox and discontinue use. And then retention and recovery help people retain sobriety. And then cutting across these, you have system level interventions needed to facilitate the adoption of evidence-based strategies in any of these categories. Okay, I'll hand it over to Annie.
Yeah, so the first area along that continuum of care here being, prevention and early intervention. So we kind of wanted to highlight in each of these areas some of the data to really speak to these, along with, some of the kind of hard quantitative facts as well as some of the qualitative that we got from the community. So, nearly 74 opioid prescriptions per 100 persons per year are being prescribed in Sweetwater. higher than the national average of 43 and higher than the state average of 43 and nearly twice the national average of 37.5. And we heard a lot of stakeholders and providers in the county really, talk about that ongoing opioid prescription issue. Additionally, 40.5% of people who misuse prescription pain relievers got them from a single provider. So in the past, we had seen a lot of doctor shopping, people getting a lot of opioids from many providers, but we're seeing now, with the DEA crackdowns and a lot of providers and systems refraining from that, but there are still some out there overprescribing. And of note, additional 42.3% got prescription pills from a friend or family member. So that's circulating. There's a lot of pills out there that people are getting from those sources. And while the max allowable prescription for acute pain is 7 days for an opioid naive patient under Wyoming law, the point we want to emphasize here with the last data is that there's just no limit on daily amount prescribed and no limit for chronic pain. And we wanted to illustrate, what these points mean with some of what we learned from the community, from people that we talked to. And there are, for sure, some kind of over prescribing individuals still in the community that a lot of providers noted and felt very suspicious of. But they feel stuck because there's also a kind of sense the laws are just not being enforced. There's no teeth in these. The consequences for over prescribing don't seem to stop the flow of prescription pills. There's a bit of like a black hole of information that happens, so once a patient gets referred to like a pain clinic to manage some of that chronic pain, where these ongoing opioid prescriptions are still part of the care. A primary care provider might, get some of these patients sometimes, but there's very little access they have to that patient history or to understand what spurred them to keep getting opioids for chronic pain. So there's just very little training that these providers have to taper patients, very little knowledge of who else they can refer them into to the community for alternative therapies to manage pain. And so for prevention and early intervention, we have provided a few recommendations with some options about how the county can tackle these. And again, these will be part of the prioritization process. So they're really meant to kind of like peak ideas. Rather than, very prescriptive saying, oh, you have to do this. So for prevention, the county could continue to reduce the quantity of pills prescribed. We have some options here, including, strengthening prescribing laws and adding limits to dosage and limits for how chronic pain works with opioids, increase oversight and enforcement of prescribing laws, and then increase communication between primary care or family medicine where they're catching these folks and places where ongoing opioids are used, like the pain clinics. And then improve provider ability to medically taper opioid use and offer alternative resources for chronic pain patients. So, that might look like increased regular screening of folks on opioids to monitor for tolerance and abuse potential, increased training for healthcare providers on deprescribing to safely taper, and then increase healthcare provider awareness of what those other services could look like or what exists elsewhere in the community. So back to kind of our continuum, we wanted to highlight some data around early intervention, especially because that's where you're really going to pick up folks who are headed toward more severe opioid misuse. So 5% of people filling their first opioid prescription will become dependent. And the amount matters because, among those who are getting anything over 7 days, that risk increases to 13.5% of those who will become addicted. So opioids are just incredibly addicting. And we heard that from so many folks in the community that just opioids don't discriminate. They will cause addiction, and the sheer amount of time of exposure are really some of the main factors. And then at that 7 to 10 day mark, people are experiencing withdrawal symptoms even that early. That's really important to highlight. We heard that, people are getting, young adults are getting 10 days worth of prescriptions just to get wisdom teeth out or after any other dental surgery, and certainly after regular surgeries as well. So it's a real factor in the community. And 34% of county workers are employed in really physically demanding fields like mining, oil and gas, construction, food service industries, where there's as we can see in nationwide data, there's just an exceptionally high rate of overdose death from opioids. And we put in an example here of what the Wyoming Department of Health currently has available as part of their workplace toolkit. The Prevention Coalition is utilizing these currently and trying to kind of get these posted in more workplaces. So early intervention really could mean, building more education and awareness. Many people just don't know how addictive prescriptions can be. So more education and stigma reduction can be really key in emphasizing that. In terms of stigma, we heard just a lot of different things from the community. There's a sense that like if you're a functioning adult, like you can still go to work, still pick up your kids, then you're fine. You aren't addicted, even though you have to take these every day. There's a real fear of being identified as having a problem or like an issue that you can't hack yourself. There's also the feeling like if you don't qualify for Medicaid, or if you're still employed, then there are no resources for you. You have to be essentially like at rock bottom, destitute, losing your home for you to, validly access resources. So, we heard also that there's just a lot of stigma for men in particular, that men hold personally like a lot of shame for their addiction because, they feel like it's something they should be able to control and they don't talk about it, they don't seek resources for it. So in terms of recommendations, raising awareness of opioid risks and resources is key factor here. Ensuring, that employers have things like the Wyoming Department of Health Toolkit present in their workforce. And then, developing messaging campaigns aimed at some of these folks. Southwest Counseling's developed a lot of that language, so they have some of that. Engaging other kinds of community institutions to help screen for addiction and get people into things earlier. So for instance, we heard that a lot of agencies and healthcare institutions have their own little resources, but there's no general resource hub that is available that's maintained that kind of houses all of those resources in one place. So there's a lot of duplication of efforts happening currently, and it could be just a lot more efficient with housing a resource hub and maintaining that. Harm reduction is another really big area on the continuum. We found that an average of 15 people die each year in Sweetwater County from drug-induced cause, and that has really increased over the last 20 years when just 3 people per year back between 2000 and 2004. And 76% of overdose deaths nationally were due to opioids in 2023. So we're seeing just a lot more opioid overdose death happening. And 54% of those who died from an opioid overdose in Wyoming were between 25 and 44. So it's really impacting that subset of working adults here in the county. And essentially everyone we spoke with described encounters with opioids in their lives or in their workplace, either amongst themselves or their friends and family. And they spoke to a need for training and having more tools to be able to recognize and respond to overdose. A lot of people spoke to how overdose truly can happen to anyone where opioids are present. And there's just that stigma that, oh, it only affects junkies, only folks on the street. But more often than not, folks were keen to point out like, no, we need these resources for like the grandma who doubled her medication by accident, or the guy who got hurt at work and is now addicted. And the detention center alone, like last year, had 2 overdose deaths and they felt very strongly that these could have been addressed earlier and possibly prevented if they had access to like harm reduction monitoring equipment and things like that, or just, being able to administer Narcan at the right place and the right time. As the sheriff's department said, fentanyl is here, it's cheap, and they've seen a huge increase in overdoses because of it. So for harm reduction, our recommendations really kind of point to preventing those overdose deaths from happening in the detention center where that huge spike is being seen of fentanyl. And that may involve, purchasing this kind of contact-free room sensing technology, purchasing like a Lucas automatic CPR machine. And then preventing overdose deaths in community settings as well. So making sure that, like in the school setting, school resource officers, teachers, other folks have Narcan available and it isn't just locked away in the nurse's office, or that making sure that like the school boards have it on their orders to make sure that it's widely available. And then promoting like countywide events where a lot more education can be presented to the public on how and when to administer Narcan. And in other kinds of like harm reduction technologies, like just making sure there are more lock boxes, deterra drug destruction bags, and drug take back days. So treatment is, of course, a large piece of the care continuum. We found that 1,200 people are misusing opioids in Sweetwater County each year, approximately. 100 are being treated for opioid use disorder at Southwest Counseling each year, and approximately 60 are going through opioid withdrawal at the Sweetwater Detention Center each year. So there's likely more room for increased treatment options. The biggest thing we heard from people in the community is that they just don't believe there is enough treatment service available in the county, and they just don't know where to look or how to access these services that do exist. So we heard from, referring healthcare providers, we heard from law enforcement, we heard from the courts and employers and so on. We heard the same kind of refrain from pretty much every facet of society here. And, for example, many know that there is some kind of medically assisted treatment, MAT, available through Southwest Counseling, but getting into that is viewed as really difficult by the community, especially if you're self-referring. So for folks who are court-ordered, there's more or less a streamlined process. A probation officer kind of checking in, making sure that they're getting in and they're receiving their treatment that they need. But even then, there are some hiccups, right? So, folks coming out of the jail and trying to get into a MAT program, there's a considerable wait time. And getting, people who are recently sober, who, maybe forced sobriety through the jail, getting those folks immediately into treatment is so key because if you're released, you're just going to kind of go back to a former habit, a drug habit. And you may not be aware that your tolerance is lowered. And so those are the folks who are overdosing and dying. We also heard from a lot of folks that there's just a lot of misunderstanding and misinformation about what kinds of beds and admission processes are available at Southwest Counseling for MAT. So clarifying how somebody gets into that, what that's going to look like from each sort of juncture. So from the ED, from the jail, making sure that those processes are in place so that people do not fall through the cracks. And there are a few services lacking just in general. There are very few services for youth in the county. And there's very little in terms of what, like, for instance, there is a women's addiction program through Southwest Counseling, but there is no equivalent service for single fathers, for instance, who can bring their children in with them and receive a bed for MAT treatment. Finally, just in terms of our recommendations for treatment, clarify and expand that crisis response pathway. So really making sure that through these different pathways, people are getting treated. We heard a lot that, there needs to be some kind of behavioral health unit through the jail or like an arm of Southwest Counseling. So making sure that there is some kind of crisis team available there and bridging the gaps between the hospital and Southwest Counseling, making sure that there's like an acute care unit or even for some of the lower acuity cases as well. And then just increasing locally available treatment options, like who else could be a MAT prescriber? We heard from physicians that it's just incredibly difficult to be able to provide Suboxone is one of the treatment vehicles that's available in Wyoming. So helping folks get more certified and more comfortable in administering that. And then, implementing these kinds of specialty care options through residential treatment facilities as well, especially for youth and for other populations like single fathers. Now, recovery, we heard very little about recovery options from the community. Some particular data points did emerge. For one, currently there is no way for the courts to compel drug-addicted parents into treatment for non-criminal child support or neglect cases. And there's just in general very little in terms of ways to support parents getting treatment and to stay in treatment. Most pointed out like this kind of dire need for housing support to keep individuals and families housed while trying to make it through the treatment process and into recovery. So, for example, probation talked about the importance of housing as well as having like lots of support groups in town. One person was telling me the closest Narcotics Anonymous group is in Evanston, and that's just too far for most people. Treatment is just in general very costly in terms of the time, the travel, all the kinds of disruptions that it causes to your sort of daily working life. And a lot of families just can't afford all of that in terms of managing their lives too without these kinds of extensive supports in place. Like with the HR professionals, we heard that there are things like everybody does have an employee assistance program to provide leave and make sure that they can support their employees through like injury or detox and recovery and things like that. But there's just still such a stigma around utilizing those services. And a lot of folks don't know what else exists in their community that they could use in lieu of or in addition to their EAPs. And because sobriety is so contingent on like learning how to live sober again, a lot of people in that position just need more supervision, more support. One of the judges spoke of like, you know, after doing this for 12 years, it seems just much more like it's a significant part of treatment court to say, okay, people, we're here to help train you to act like a sober person again. You got to show up on time for your job. You got to vacuum your carpet at least twice a month. You have to be in bed at a reasonable hour. These are the things that they could probably do more effectively if they had a sort of case manager position operating alongside the court to really kind of help the lower level offenders along. So in terms of recovery options, offering more supports and resources to engage families to enter and stay in treatment. So like having a further Narcotics Anonymous meeting option available and working with local behavioral health agencies to make sure that that's there. Working with other agencies and programs that do currently exist in the county, like Climb Wyoming, we heard just so many positive things about their role in getting single mothers like CDLs and licenses to have a job coming out of the system and make sure that they can support their families, and leveraging trust with agencies that people are recommended to consistently, like the Family Resource Center. Even if they have very, very minimal in terms of what to offer people in terms of housing support, there's still a trusted resource there that people expect to see options from. And providing more recovery pathways, especially for some of those lower level offenders before they're at like that kind of full supervised probation level. Making sure that the court's capacity is assisted, so there's case management support to help, as well as, you know, reducing overdose deaths from folks who are recently released, formerly incarcerated individuals, to make sure that they have a kind of smooth transition into treatment and that they're seen right away. And then just ensuring MAT continuity. So a lot of folks will be on Suboxone while incarcerated, but then there's very little kind of oversight with treatment after they're released. We heard also more like system-wide things. I just want to emphasize here that everybody we had an overabundance of people who wanted to share their insights with us because they were just so, number one, so upset at the lack of services in the community, and they had seen, you know, budget cuts, cutbacks, turnover in staff year after year. And then on the other hand, just so excited that there is now this funding available to support further service delivery in the county. And so people were just incredibly excited about what that could mean. And they all sort of they had ideas of what that could all look like from their vantage points. So focusing on sustainability of services, so combating what they saw as high turnover, right? And this is just examples of what it could look like. Currently, the hospital is building an MOU with Southwest Counseling Services to make sure that some of those folks are that service awareness is very high. And even though maybe the ED has a lot of nurse turnover or case manager turnover, that they know those established pathways to get people from the emergency department right into treatment right away. But just making sure that there's good continuity and that there's good sustainability of processes. And then supporting the efforts of the other groups in the community that are doing this work and continuing this work. So really that could look like, you know, making sure that the Opioid Abatement Committee continues to function, continues to do this work, and that could look like a few different things here. But I don't want to belabor that. I'll let Beth kind of wrap us up real quick.
Yeah. Just to sum up, there are these 12 areas of focus that we identified through our assessment. I'll skip rereading through them just for time. But our final step in this work will be to facilitate a prioritization session with the commissioners where we kind of talk about what's most important to sort of move forward with first. Otherwise, this is the end of our presentation, but we're happy to take any comments or questions that you have and just talk about anything else we can sort of tell you about our research here.
Well, thank you, Beth and Annie, for the presentation. Obviously, Commissioner Slaughter and I have been through it and a little more in depth, but I thought you did a good job kind of narrowing that down. I know we gave you kind of a tight time frame just so we didn't put everyone to sleep up here. Not that it's not important, but once we
No.
get that past noon, mark, it's tough to keep everyone awake now. But we certainly appreciate your work on this. You've been a great partner to help us sort through such a difficult topic and try and figure out where we can best, utilize some of these funds that continue to just basically sit there and earn interest in the meantime. And so there's a lot of good information there, and it doesn't make it a whole lot easier to move forward, but at least we have the data that helps support that, and we'll continue to work through it. So commissioners, I would ask if you have any comments or questions for Annie or Beth. See? Commissioner Tillman?
We we have a lot of questions about the breakdown of the Family Resource Center. Maybe that's an area where they could interact more with families to do more with the opioid funds. Just an idea. I don't know.
Any other comments? Commissioner Slaughter?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick comment. I think, once again, thank you, Beth and Annie. I think you've done a great job on this needs assessment. Working with the small group that we've had, one of the things that I felt was important was for the full commission to kind of see where we were with respect to this. And I think you've done a great job with that. I think now our focus is going to be where we can primarily use the funding which we've got to try and help. So I think having the full commission see, the areas where we can look at potentially primary prevention, whether it be early prevention, harm reduction treatment, or retention recovery will be a key as to where we can expend our resources the most efficiently. So, just appreciate your doing this today. I'm hopeful that this is going to be something that will help our other commissioners to kind of understand where we've been with respect to this and look forward to the final stages here. So thanks.
Yeah, how many interviews did you conduct? It was over 30. I can't remember total, but
I think
that's been a lot of
33.
work.
Yeah.
Yeah. And lots of good information that's obviously incorporated into that packet you presented, but that's the certain community feel and those that are dealing with, this opioid pandemic. And, I guess it's a huge problem. And, as far as some of the laws and, the limit on the daily amounts prescribed, there's just so many issues that have gotten out of hand in this regard that I think are important for us to consider and to see if we can help influence. But with all of that, what are the kind of next step forward in this process for you guys from your perspective?
Well, the next step for us, we have kind of as the final piece of our contract to do to facilitate a prioritization process that I think I won't fully commit to this, but I think the plan is to do this with all of you, with the commissioners, maybe in a work meeting, something of that nature. But basically we have a process we kind of walk you through where we lay out these are a variety of criteria that you can use to think about how to prioritize things, like which of these are the cheapest to implement, or which of these things are going to affect the most people, or which have the, most impact on keeping people alive. You can rank things in kind of a number of different ways. So we'll go through some criteria to prioritize and then take each of these kind of recommended items that came out of the assessment and do some ranking of those things against the criteria. And then there's kind of a nice algorithmic process to look at okay, which things are coming out on top when we look at them across a variety of criteria. And then that can kind of help you move forward. It doesn't help choose necessarily specific tasks for each of these, we've kind of tried to roll them up into general domains of need. And then within that, there's 2 or 3 options for each of them for how you might want to move this forward in Sweetwater in particular. So it's kind of more of a get you oriented to the larger area that you want to focus on. And then there are some suggested ways that could happen. And there are probably others. But that's it's sort of a process to kind of step you through that thinking about where do we want to focus, and then what specific things do we want to do next in those areas.
Very good. Appreciate that. Any other additional comments, questions?
Thank you.
Well, thanks for hanging in there. I know we fell behind today and you got to hopefully you weren't paying attention. It might have put you to sleep if you had to deal with some of that early morning stuff we had before us. But it's a process, so we appreciate you putting this together for us. We'll look forward to continuing the conversation and working through those next steps and wrapping this up. So thank you very much for your assistance and the relationship.
Great. Yeah, thanks for having us. This has been meaningful for us to work on too, so we're glad to be here.
We'll see you soon.
Okay.
Thank
Bye.
Thank you.
Commissioners, the next step is lunch, or the next agenda item, rather. I've got another option perhaps. We typically, it takes longer than an hour, so I'm worried about the other items. We could go into executive session now if you wanted and push through. And I think that'll line us up pretty close to agenda item number 9, which starts at 1 o'clock. The rest of those aren't terribly lengthy. So if you want, we could continue to push through and then adjourn and go to lunch at the end of everything. Or if you want to try and push a lunch in 45, I'm good with that too. But
Does that mean, Mr. Chairman, that Commissioner Slaughter doesn't get the joy of buying us lunch?
Dude.
no, Mary definitely
Oh,
does.
Mary?
I'm not going to skip it by any means.
Short memory because you weren't there, I think, at our last meeting or our last luncheon. So I did buy, so you just need to show up. That's all.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's kind of dependent on how hangry Commissioner Toman is, but I'm all
I'm fine.
for pushing through.
Everyone good with that? Okay. So let's do that. We will,
Good thing I didn't arrange it at golden hour.
I didn't know exactly. We did the best we could on this morning, and I didn't know exactly how long that would go. So we'll punt on lunch for now. And we do have the need to enter into executive session. We'll do that. And then upon coming out, we'll resume back at
That's all.
item number 9, if everyone's comfortable with that. So with that, I'd entertain a motion to enter into executive for the purpose of real estate and potential litigation. I don't believe we'll be taking action, but we'll know more when we come out.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will take this executive across the hall into Castle Rock. Hopefully resume back here at 1 o'clock.
There will be a.
Entertain a motion to come out of executive session and reconvene the meeting.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Slaughter. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Toman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. We are now out of executive and we do have action to take. Commissioners, I would entertain a motion to direct staff to explore conveyance of the county-owned property at 430 Blair Avenue in Rock Springs as provided by the board.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. We are now going to resume where we left off before entering into executive, which was item number 9 under tab D of the action and presentation items. First up is the filing of the positions and salaries from agencies receiving county funding. Hand it back to Clerk Lane.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. I have the filing of the gross salaries for March of 2026 that goes through last year, March 2025. As the commission does not set the salary amounts of our component units, however, pursuant to Wyoming Statute 18-3-516E, any nonprofit corporation which receives at least 25% of its total annual budget from the county funds, state funds, or both in combination shall annually submit a list of all full-time positions employed by the corporation and the wages and salaries paid each position without the name of the employee to the commission, board, council, or agency from which the funds are received. I would like to note that under the Memorial Hospital, when they sent the paperwork over right before we had to turn that in, the monthly and annual salary is backwards. The list, we did fix that for your signatures, but we did have to change those around, the monthlies under the annual, vice versa.
Very good. Thanks, Clerk Swinson. Appreciate it. Questions or comments on the filing of the positions as advertised?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
Cindy, did all entities comply and provide their
Yes,
information?
yes, they did.
Additional comments? Not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the 2026 filing of the positions and salaries from agencies receiving county funding pursuant to Wyoming State Statute 18-3-516E as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Toman. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next.
You're next.
Yeah.
Next is item number 10. We've got the discussion on the VIRS agreement, and we'll hand it back to Clerk Swinson.
Okay, thank you again, Chairman, Commissioners. I had 4 today, so I had to get files out. I don't normally have to do that. Today we do have on the agenda the agreement between VIRS and the county. I had received a voucher for the remaining balance of their disbursement for the remainder of the year. We did notice that they were closing, and I was asked to remove that voucher from the EALs. So it is now on the agenda for you to discuss.
Thanks, Clerk Swinson. Discussion, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards.
And to the folks from VRS, I hated to put you on the spot. How our process works with vouchers is once a week, we get an email from the clerk's office with all our vouchers on it. And we don't have the opportunity to discuss those things with each other until we have a public meeting. And I asked for that voucher to be pulled because we've had other entities that we do direct distributions with. And in most cases, we're doing those distributions on a monthly basis, 1/12 at a time. And we've had a couple issues where because they're typically smaller numbers, we have five eyes on those at one time, plus the clerk's office has eyes on them. But sometimes we don't catch every little thing. And in this case, I looked and said, why are we having a larger voucher coming from this organization, especially when we had just been notified that the organization was shutting down. So I had to pull that voucher to have this discussion. I'm going to be, after learning since then, I'm going to be in favor of paying this voucher. So I hate that we made you all come down. And I want to tell you while we're here how much I appreciate the work you've done in our community. Our budget cuts have negatively affected you and the services. Sadly, our budget cuts have negatively affected all of the services in Sweetwater County, and we're going to see continued cuts and the pain that those cuts cause, because when revenues go down, our ability to support goes down. But I just wanted all of you to know how much I appreciate what you've done for this community. And it's going to be a shame to see you disappear. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the March VIRS voucher.
We do have a motion to approve the outstanding voucher for VIRS in the amount of $4,281.56 by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion? It's a difficult part of this job, is dealing with organizations and not the organizations, but the funding that comes with those and the positions we're put in. I've got friends that work for that organization and many others, and it's a tough job, and it's a very difficult thing to have to sit up here and sort through, when we're reduced in revenue, how does that trickle down and what are the priorities? And it's the hardest part of this job. And, you do, unfortunately. I've lost friendships over the years because of it. And at the end of the day, we have to protect what we can and to keep the county moving forward. And obviously there's different priorities at different times, but it's never fun to see any business close, especially one that provides a tremendous service to this community. So I wish you all well. I thank you for the many years of success that you've all had and the heart and soul you've poured into this community. And we don't take it lightly. Trust me. It's a very unfortunate thing. That's part of this job. And hopefully things turn around. You're all very skilled. And so I'm very confident that moving on to the next endeavor is not going to be something that doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you for everything. Any other comments? Not, we do have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
Thank you. I'll get that voucher to get paid next week.
Thanks, Clerk Swenson. Appreciate that. Next item is item number 11. We've got the presentation of the fiscal year 2026, 2027 budget schedule with the current funding request forms for outside agencies and the current information form for component units. Thanks for coming. And at this time, we'll hand it over to Accounting Specialist Rebecca Romero. Good afternoon, Rebecca.
Good afternoon. Before we walk through the budget schedule, I just want to briefly mention that with each budget cycle, we continue making improvements to the process. The budget schedule provided for you reflects lessons learned over the past 2 years and is intended to provide clearer timelines, better communication with departments, and more transparent process for both the staff and the board. As I move into my third budget year with the county, I'm continuing to learn and refine the process each year. When I stepped into this position, the role had been vacant, and there wasn't a transition or formal training on the county's prior budget process. So much of the process has been involved rebuilding and learning the system from the ground up. With the process as complex as the county budget, there will likely be challenges from time to time, but my goal each year is to continue strengthening procedures and improving the process so it becomes smoother and more accurate moving forward. With that in mind, I'll briefly highlight the improvements that we've made this year and then walk through the key points of the schedule itself. This year, the schedule introduces expanded review access in ClearGov, allowing department heads and the budget requesters to view their submitted budgets during the review period for better transparency and verification. We have also incorporated additional capital committee meetings throughout the process, including a final review meeting prior to the budget approval to ensure capital requests and project updates are fully vetted. A new final review and sign-off window has been added, requiring departments to verify and acknowledge their submitted requests prior to the final budget adoption. The schedule also clarifies the budget year transition timing, specifically when the budget year 26 funds will no longer be utilized and when the budget 27 expenditures will begin. Budget workshops remain built into the schedule to allow for the board discussion and direction, and additional workshops can be scheduled if needed. Overall, the schedule is designed to provide clear deadlines, improved communication with departments, and a structured review process leading up to the final budget hearing. In addition to those process improvements, the schedule includes the budget workshops throughout the process to allow for discussion and direction from the board. If additional discussion is needed, an additional workshop can be scheduled to allow for time for further review. Deadlines for both the capital funding request and operational funding request are clearly established to allow plenty of time for review and changes before the proposed budget is presented. The schedule also outlines the timing for the budget amendments, the public hearing notice, and the required public hearing. At this time, the final budget hearing and adoption for the 27 budget year is currently scheduled for June 30th. If there are any adjustments the board would like to see or additional workshops you would like to incorporate, I'm happy to make those changes.
Thanks, Rebecca. Appreciate that. Discussion on the budget schedule, commissioners. Well, I thought it was very well put together, so I appreciate your thoughts and effort that went into that. I realize this was all dumped on you year one, and you've been trying to find your way through and make it make sense to us, which is probably a difficult task in itself. But I'm hopeful that we'll be able to streamline this, and hopefully by now everyone's familiar with ClearGov and the process. And I like the idea of, I mean, it looks like you've got trainings if needed or wanted that are available for anyone submitting. And so I think the timeline makes sense. You know, it's difficult as every year, which is with not knowing exactly where we're going to be at revenue wise until basically the very end. And so that in itself has its own challenges, but everything else I think follows suit, you know, similarly to what we've tried to accomplish in the past. And so can't believe it's here already, but here we go again. Any feedback, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards.
Rebecca, you do a fantastic job. I know we don't say that enough. In this world, usually we only communicate when there's a problem, and I see that sometimes, but I want to make sure that you're publicly recognized for the fantastic work you do for Sweetwater County. You were thrown into an impossible situation, and you've done an admirable job of holding the finances of this county together. So thank you. Thank you for the work you're doing on this, and I look forward to spending I look forward to spending the next few months working with you on this process, but I do not look forward to spending the next few months on this process. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Commissioner Tillman.
The outside entities, that wasn't the deadline April instead of May 15th? Isn't that kind of late? Hasn't it always been in April before?
The outside agencies are due before. They are due in April.
Okay, I just misread that. But it says May 15th, all funding.
Oh, yes.
Requests are due from outside agencies. May 15th. Shouldn't that be April?
No, because we're not going to send out the request for the outside agencies until April 6th. And so that gives them roughly about a month to get everything in and get their finances in order.
Well, my recommendation is that if we do major cuts on anybody, they have an opportunity to come back in, because it might be something vital we're cutting we don't know about. I don't see any opportunity to have a work session where people could come in and
I can definitely schedule the outside agencies to be due sooner. That's not a problem.
I think it would be better. Otherwise, we're gonna have everything jammed up at the end, I think.
Okay.
Got a little bit of a different take on that. I think the first year, some of us were up here, we invited everyone to come present. The following 2 years, we didn't. We've tried to deliver a message at the beginning, which I think we should do as well. Kind of painting the picture for what the current situation financially looks like. Some have listened, some have not. But for me, the numbers are what they are when I get to that point. And so it's just a balance game of, I think we're better off if we, have a letter going into our next meeting, which would be right when all of those funding request forms will be going out, if I read that properly. And whether we're asking for X, Y, or Z to give some direction, because I know that's always some of the feedback we receive is we don't know. And so we're just asking for either the same amount as last year or more, or whatever the case is. And so I think that's more productive than making a cut and then allowing people to come back and explain why they shouldn't be cut. The numbers are what the numbers are. So I've always just kind of taken the standpoint of, let's see what we get and we'll deal with it from there. I'm open up to other feedback or suggestions.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards.
I would agree with you. When we make these decisions, we're going to be making decisions whether we spend $1 on a particular outside agency or $1 on a core county function. And when we make that decision, are we going to give each outside entity the opportunity to come in and challenge that decision? And then do we have to have another workshop to let each core county department come in and say, no, we need that dollar? I think their applications are going to have to make their cases for them. And then we're going to have to make the hard decisions. I think the reality is our valuation is down likely another $300 million this year, and we're going to have to make more hard decisions. We've tried so hard to communicate with all of those agencies and encourage them to seek other funding. In some cases that's worked, in other cases it didn't. But we just can't go back and forth. When we make a decision, we're going to need to make a decision and move forward.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree. I mean, I think we all take this very seriously, and whatever reductions we come up with or we decide on are all well thought out, taken very seriously. We just saw what was the result of some of our reductions that we weren't able to fund. And so it's a tough thing to do, tough situation to be in, but here we are. And I think we all understand that these organizations do good things. Nobody's saying they don't. They do. But we have X number of dollars, and that's the unfortunate situation.
Commissioner Slaughter.
I agree, Mr. Chairman. I have believed that we have refined our budget process a little bit. I think just extending things out is not a benefit to me in making these decisions, and I see that from each of the other commissioners. So I would tend to agree.
So even in April, it's still a little bit early, but for us to have a better understanding as far as a message that can be delivered or sent out to, whether it's outside agencies or component units or even county core, I mean, is there kind of a projection that we can get between, I guess Mark and Dave, and help us out with kind of where we are current date and in regards to, obviously HR and, the positions and everything, to here's where we're at and here's where we think we're going to be. And so as such, we would appreciate, X consideration as you begin the budgeting process.
I know HR has their budget almost completely finished because they were training Alex since Brenda's going to be leaving. So they started on their budget process quite early. So I'm sure we could get that in line, and then the revenues, we could do the best and try to get a number.
Okay. I just think that'd be beneficial to send with your funding request forms that you'll be sending out. 'Cause it is the 7th, right, that you're gonna ship? those out?
Monday, April the 6th.
Okay. So I guess we'd want it ahead of then, but
Mr. Chairman, do we need a motion to approve this schedule or just moving forward with it?
think so. I think we can be flexible as long as everyone's good with it. I mean, it might be beneficial to hold off on sending the forms until Tuesday the 7th, just in case we do have a letter that we can send with it. I think a day is gonna make all that big of a difference. But outside of that, I think we can roll accordingly and adjust as needed if you guys are all comfortable with it. Work for you?
Yes.
You need anything else from us?
Was there any changes that you seen on the funding request that you wanted to make?
As far as the form itself goes?
Yes.
Typo. Page 3. All applications submitted, it shouldn't say,
Please submitted completed applications. That one.
Oh, okay.
minor.
And I'm the grammar police. I didn't even see it. I like the form. I think we've trimmed it pretty good over the years, and to me, it helps. And that's, as Commissioner Richards, I think it was said, that's where they need to sell themselves. We all know they do great things, so if everyone's comfortable, that's what we'll plan moving forward. Thanks for putting that together.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is the item number 12, the application for the deposit of public funds. And joining us is County Treasurer Mark Cowan. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Hope you'll allow me a little liberty to jump in and express my gratitude for the work that Rebecca does. She does help our department greatly as well. So just wanted to jump in on what you have spoken as well. Today, I bring before you the application for the deposit of public funds. What this does is every bank that we keep funds at has to apply, and you have to approve those banks so that we can keep the funds in there. So with that, ask for your approval of those entities to hold funds.
Very good, sir. Any questions on the application for the deposit of the public funds, commissioners? Hang on, trying to see if I got a sign. I don't remember.
Mr. Chairman, I would just say, I like the fact that you've added the companies that you're investing with, Mark, on the bottom of that. I think that helps also, just knowing who those companies are that you're currently investing with.
Of course.
I would entertain a motion to approve the application for deposit of public funds as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Hand it back for the item number 13, the annual county investment policy approval.
Commissioners, bring before you the investment policy. The investment policy has not changed from the last year's investment policy. I will reiterate that the investment policy does allow us to form a committee for an investment advisory committee for investment into equities. It is something that I still strongly advocate for. And as we work into this next year, I would like to have your assistance in forming an investment advisory committee so that we could potentially start investing a small portion of our county funds in a long-term strategic investment fund in equities. But with that, I would ask for your approval of the investment policy for the county.
Thanks, Treasurer Cowan. Appreciate that. Any questions on the investment policy before you, commissioners? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve resolution 2026-CC-03-04 to adopt the Sweetwater County Statement of Investment Policy as presented and authorize the chairman to sign.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Slaughter.
in the past, I have voted against adoption of this investment policy based on the fact I was not comfortable with the equity section that we have. I'm going to move into the 21st century, I guess, and with the confidence that I have in our treasurer, I will this year be in support of our investment policy. So just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Very good. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we do have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. We got him.
Thank you.
I'm just kidding.
Oh. Not an easy mark.
Commissioners, with no further business to come before us, this meeting stands adjourned. We'll see you all in 3 weeks.